Good morning, everyone. I'm going to kick the council meeting off with an opening prayer, karakia. Me inoi tātou, e te atua, tēnei au. Tēnei mātou, au mema kua pōti te hapori o Whanganui. Arahina ia mātou, ki te wakatau nā whakataunga pai, mō te rohi, mō nā tangata katoa, kia piki ai te ora o te hapori, me nā iwi katoa o Whanganui, haumie, huie, tai ki e. Amen. Let us pray. Dear God, here I am, here we are, your elected members of Whanganui. Guide us to make good decisions for the district, for all people, to uplift the community and all peoples of Whanganui. Bring forth unity. It is done. Amen. First item, do we have any apologies? No apologies. Leave of absence. No leave of absence. Okay. Any declarations of interest? No declarations of interest. Okay. Right, I need to move a motion to receive a late item. That the council considers the following late items: 8.4, working with iwi post Whanganui Land Treaty Settlement, noting that this item was not on the agenda because it was not finalised at the time the agenda was published, that the report cannot wait until a subsequent meeting because the matter is time sensitive. Jenny Duncan, who's moved it, Councillor Jenny, Councillor Philippa. Right. Sure. For some reason I don't have, just fix this.
Thank you. I'd just like it noted that councillors received the full paper with a lot of detail only, I think, 2 days ago, which has put a huge amount of pressure on us to, along with all of our other duties and responsibilities, to get our heads around it and fully understand it, and that has not been helpful. So this is, I'm signalling this has been a very time pressured and it's not ideal. Thank you.
All right, so seconded by, thank you, Deputy Mayor Helen, seconded by Councillor Philippa Hogan. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Motion carried. Thank you. The next item is a mayoral message, which is just a reminder. What I like to do is just start the meeting off with what's on my mind and share that with our community. Sorry, we're having problems here. I'm coming to that. Right. I'm going to be doing that in my speech. Okay. Yeah. It's certainly been a full and fast start to the year. Sadly, the year started with a number of our community passing away, and I want to particularly acknowledge Dame Tariana Turia, who has been a pioneer and trailblazer in our community and New Zealand. You'll all have your own perspective of her contribution, so I ask that we all stand for a moment of silence to acknowledge her passing and her contributions to Whanganui and to New Zealand. Thank you. On a different note, we have seen multiple events in recent times, starting with the cemetery circuit on Boxing Day last year, the Vintage Weekend, the World Jet Sprint Championships, and recently the New Zealand Masters Games. My sense is that Whanganui has seen a significant step in its maturity and perception, both in regard to its reputation and perception, but also as a place to live and a visitor destination. The amount of people that said to me that we need more accommodation would have filled a 4-star hotel. We will hear more about the New Zealand Masters Games success at a future council meeting. However, to have 4,658 competitors is a great result. Thank you to Games Manager Heather Cox for her hard work up to and during the Games, including her team of many volunteers. And thank you too to Marianne Kavanagh, the Chair, and her team for overseeing such a successful event. I enjoyed personally participating in athletics and cricket, as well as getting around, or hobbling, should I say, to various events, including a broken finger. And I presented gold medals, including at the football, which had over 190 games, with the last gold medal match finishing 0-0 and then a 5-4 penalty shootout. There was one women's team from Brisbane, and here's an email from team member Katrina. Hi Andrew, I just wanted to say again that we had the absolute best time at the Masters Games and everything, and enjoying everything in Whanganui. We couldn't point to it on a map before we came here, but we've got so many good things to say about your town. We love the coffee at the Yellow House. We loved the Angry Fox for cocktails. We couldn't believe the amazing art at New Zealand Glassworks, and we obviously had the best time each night at the Masters Village. Your town couldn't have made us feel more welcome. We can't wait to come back for the next Games. Thank you, Katrina, and the entire Scrambled Legs team from Brisbane. It is also great to have Keith Smith and the team here to give a public forum update on behalf of the Whanganui Vintage Weekend Trust. We look forward to hearing from you soon, Keith. I've often talked about the concept of taking council to the people, with the aim to be more responsive and visible in our community. It has seen the introduction of community kōreros, a portfolio approach which matches councillors to communities of interest, and increased media and social media engagement. Some months ago, I asked for the concept of citizens' assemblies to be explored and followed up to see if it is something that council could consider as an additional approach to empowering our community on decisions which matter to all of us. This approach is used widely and successfully around the world, and so I look forward to this item later on. The significant item on the agenda today, though, is working with iwi post-land treaty settlement. A number of councillors were involved in the engagement sessions with our community on this from 2 December to 2 February, which at the last council meeting I asked to be extended to cater for those who might have been away over January. It needs to be said up front that iwi and Crown are negotiating a treaty settlement, which is separate to what happens post-settlement. The treaty settlement is a negotiation between Crown and iwi only, not Whanganui District Council. In December 2024 and January 2025, as I said, Whanganui District Council and the Whanganui Land Settlement Negotiations Trust, along with the Crown negotiation team for the Whanganui Land Settlement, engaged with the Whanganui community on a proposed platform of collaborative work that would see the council working with proposed post-settlement entities after finalisation of the Whanganui Land Settlement. Some say it was not enough time. My sense is that we had very strong engagement and the opportunity for all to come forward from the community at engagement events, as well as email and the survey. I also want to thank the many people who engaged via email, both for and against. Here are some replies from those who were against it. Thank you, Andrew, for your thorough and thought-provoking reply to my email. I must apologise for the tone in my initial message which was passed on to me by former colleagues. Now that I've been assured by several councillors my fears have been allayed. You most certainly can most certainly count on my support. Andrew, thank you for your detailed reply. I think that answers all our questions. Regards. Hi Andrew, thanks for giving clarity on these issues. Much appreciated. There are also lots of support. Hello Mr Mayor, just a short word of encouragement to vote for and adopt this forward-looking proposal. As an 80-year-old Pakeha, I can only see good coming from this and advancement in all ways for all New Zealanders in your beautiful part of the country. The proposal fits well with all of your portfolios and could enhance the region enormously, culturally and economically. I wish you well with your vote. Mayor Andrew Tribe. I'm a 65-year-old Pakeha woman. I'm writing to say I support and respect the proposal to work together with local Māori, which is currently before your council. I would love to see more councils following your example to work together with iwi Māori. Hopefully, as more councils take this step, others will follow and our communities will be stronger and healthier for it. Dear Andrew, I'm a fifth-generation New Zealander and have been a resident of Whanganui for over 40 years now. I have read the draft of Te Tomokanga ki te Matapihi, courtesy of Google Translate for much of the te reo. I'm excited. I feel hope. My skin tingled. This is momentous. Please vote to support Te Tomokanga. This can only be good for Whanganui. Thank you. Obviously, these are just snippets of those for and against. And I will speak to this item in more detail soon, as it is first up on the agenda. Thank you to those who are here today to hear the discussion, and thank you for the team from Te Arawiti, or Te Arawhiti, who have come up across from Hawke's Bay or up from Wellington. Thank you to the Whanganui Land Settlement Negotiation Trust team, Ken, Tracy, Amy, and Rick and co. And to your supporters, thank you to others in here. Thank you for those that can hear this, are sitting in other rooms, that will either come here to hear this because you might be for it or against it. It doesn't matter. Just welcome you here and thank you for coming today. Next up is the public forum. This is an opportunity for just a reminder for anyone to come forward about any matter they might want to talk about to our council, and it's usually a 5-minute presentation and 5 minutes of questions, or you could take the full 10 minutes to just present. So I'd like to welcome Keith Smith up to the table. Thank you, Keith.
Firstly, thank you.
Use the other one. Use the other mic.
This is not working still.
Andrew, you might need to just reboot the mics to get them to.
Okay, that's fine.
So maybe if you just say we'll take 1 minute.
Okay. So we're just going to take a minute to reboot.
Yeah.
Oh, do we need to? Okay.
Firstly, thank you.
Sorry, Keith. Sorry, we have to reboot the mic. So just hold for a moment. Sorry, we need to get it right now because your one's working, this one's working, but the others aren't. So.
Oh, that's not a bad thing, is it?
No, I want to hear from you. So just talk amongst yourselves for a moment.
Oh, in Wanganui know that Vintage Weekend just seems to happen. Little do they know that there is a small 5-person trust behind it. So I'm Keith Smith, a trustee, and the other members here are Bruce Jellyman, who is the chairperson, Val Bartram, who is the secretary-treasurer, Rory Smith, and James Forrest sends his apologies, unfortunately they are very busy there. The main reason for us being here this morning is to introduce ourselves to you, as some of you probably also don't know who the Trust is. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge 2 former trustees who have only just stepped down after many years of service, and they are Kate Joblin and the former Mayor Annette Main. Vintage Weekend has unquestionably become Wanganui's most loved event, which contributes hugely to the well-being of the community as well as the proven highest economic benefit. Whilst we await the actual numbers for this year, we are confident that visitors and expenditure is on a par with or greater than previous years. Wanganui Vintage Weekend has evolved over the years from its modest beginnings 12 years ago as a follow-on from Heritage Weekend and the World Vintage Car Rally held here in Wanganui. Wanganui Vintage Weekend has resonated strongly with our community, our love of the history of our town, our connection with the past and the retention of so many of our earliest buildings. The circumstances that led to Wanganui retaining so much of this physical heritage has created an opportunity for this to be used for promotional purposes. For our trust, it's like being able to use a specially created movie set, except that in our case, we don't have to create a thing, just throw in all the elements of a very memorable celebration. And that movie analogy is quite apt, as we, the Trust, produce the weekend on behalf of and for the community. Set in Wanganui's downtown area with the Wanganui River as its backdrop, basically we throw a huge party, invite everyone for free, and then open it up to our neighbours as well. We know from the feedback collected over the years that from both locals and visitors, that this event captures particularly our community's love of a reason to get together, to celebrate everything we love about our town, and to show our pride in not only the place we call home, but our wealth of local musicians, our creative instincts, and of course our love of a reason to dress up. We can call it nostalgia, a sentimental longing or affection for a time in the past. Whatever it's called, this event has been proven to inspire positive emotions, a sense of social connection, and definitely optimism, and we all need that. It is a good thing, as although our own community is our primary target audience, for our visitors it encourages a positive view of Wanganui, creating great memories of good times and firmly places us in their minds as somewhere that corresponds with their values. Who knows how many make a decision to move here or visit more often as a result? But, yes, there is a but. The costs to put on an event that appeals across our community and one that people can participate in for free are high. The weekend has become so big and continues to grow to the point where we now engage an event manager, Fergus Reid. In that movie parlance, he is our director. It's beyond us as a volunteer trust. The financial viability of the event hinges on support from the community and the business sector. What we would ask of you as a council and individually as representatives in the community is, if the opportunity arises, please advocate support for us and the weekend so that we can continue to produce Wanganui's best community event.
Brilliant. Thank you. Well said, Keith, thank you. And look, I think I'd imagine that everyone in this room from Wanganui experienced the joy of the weekend, so it was great. So look, there's a few questions around the table, so I'll go to Councillor Kate Joblin.
Thank you very much for your presentation this morning. You talked about cost, Keith. Would you like to comment on how much funding the council puts into this of the overall budget, and when was the last time there was an increase to that budget, to that funding from council?
Good morning, Bruce Jellyman, Chairman. Kate, The council this year contributed $27,500, which was in fact a reduction on what it had been in the past. Most of our, and then we fundraise the rest essentially. So our budget would have been, our budget this year was less than it has been for the last 5 years, just because of the difficulty of the time. So fundraising from the community has been more challenging than we're accustomed to. So our whole budget this year was around $65,000. And so that contribution, $65,000 to organise and curate the event and put things on the ground, is exceedingly cheap, given that I would expect the direct financial return would be in excess of $4 million.
Thank you. Previously, the funding received from council was $30,000, wasn't it? And that was the same since Vintage Weekend started, so there's been no increases.
It has not increased at all at any point in time, correct. So it's losing value, basically. Even if it was still $30,000, it's losing value every year, yes.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you very much. A huge congratulations to the Trust, and I did attend a lot of Vintage Weekend this year, and in my opinion it was the best one yet, despite the challenges with funding. Can you talk to how many event participants there are? So, you know, community groups or businesses that are creating events within the larger event.
So the people who are contributing.
Yeah, for example, the hobby horsing, the different.
Oh, okay. Difficult to estimate that. All right, because the way this works is not in a normal fashion for an event, for example. So we simply curate what comes to the table. The events become so popular that actually it's becoming a bit problematic in that there are so many people bringing stuff forward to show within the community. It's actually the secret of its own success, really. So we've made it very welcoming for people to bring an event on board. But if I was to guess, we're probably in the realm of 5,000 people who are actually contributing on the ground over the weekend. It's a major guess.
Yeah, so within, not so much people, but within the schedule, how many events are within the event?
It was in excess of 35 key events, but then there's other outside of that also.
An incredible amount of work for that level of curation, hey? Again.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much for all your work.
Final question from Councillor Glenda.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Trust to put on something like that. There's a lot of work that goes on in the background that nobody ever sees, so thank you very much, and to all the volunteers. My question is, 2 years ago, we heard quite a bit of problems around accommodation, and I don't know if that will come out in the report. You were laughing, so it's probably it was an issue again. So I'm just wondering, obviously, was that an issue again this time?
Perennial.
Okay.
Look, we need to be kind to our neighbours, and let's face it, Palmerston North's cleaning up while we're divering. But, we're not divering. That's really unfair. I think Council's done a lot of work around this, but we're not getting anywhere quickly, and we're leaving it up to commercial interests to come to the party, and I'm wondering when they're going to see it. It just doesn't make sense to me. The general feel that I have from all and sundry as to the reputation of Wanganui nowadays compared to how it was even 5 years ago, that has to go into account when people are looking to spend that sort of money on a motel. I would have thought. We're on the up, we're not on the down, and there's not many places like that, but yeah.
Thank you.
So not really an answer, but...
Yeah, that kind of gives the feeling of what's happening out there. And I'm sure we would all around the table buy one of those T-shirts of yours, Keith, as part of our role of helping out with the fundraising.
Right. Oh, well, thank you. That's time, but really appreciate you guys coming along. Once again, thank you for your efforts. Not just the day. There's obviously, it's like the Masters Games. It's we see the event, but preceding the event is a whole lot of activity and organisation and hard work. So thank you to you and your team for all that you do and for this event. Yeah. All right. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item 7.1, confirmation of minutes. This is the council meeting on 10 December. Councillor Ross, I think, put his hand up to move first. Councillor Vincent, you can second it. I'll leave you to that. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Motion carried. Thank you. Councillor Philippa, yes.
I haven't got it in front of me, but just on the minutes, I think it's in 6.1, there was a petition on the Whanganui East Shopping Centre, and I'm just wondering if we could be reminded of the action there, or any follow-up.
You want an update?
Follow-up there, and probably, yes, I don't know if we, yeah.
Okay,
if
I'll
not
just
necessarily
ask the Chief
remind-
Executive if
Yes,
there's an
please.
update on that.
Through your worship, from memory, the action was for officers to engage with the police and discuss the possibility of installing some additional security cameras in that area. I do know that officers have followed up with the police. They've had those conversations, and I believe our IT team has also done a technical assessment to check that it is actually possible to connect the cameras in that location to our network. Beyond that, I would need to speak to the officers to find out what the specifics of the outcome were, because I don't know off the top of my head. I'm happy to report back outside of the meeting.
Sure, and that we could report back to that, the petitioners at the appropriate time. Thank you. Could I just go a slight further off the minutes, but just on to the petition we've just had? There was just no resolution at all. I know it's not a decision making, but it would seem just one that just to give them that council we are considering or we're getting reports on our event funding for decision making forward, and I think it's around that funding issue. If there's either a resolution or if this group that's just spoken to us, is assured that we are considering the package of event funding and how that's divvied up, and I guess it's the Whanganui partners reporting directly to us.
Yeah, well, let's not do that now. Let's take that offline, but bring it to the appropriate forum at the time. But I hear you. It's a good point. Yeah, thank you. All right. Moving on to the next item, which is the late item, item 8.5, working with iwi post Whanganui Land Treaty Settlement, and obviously this is the item that has captured the attention of our community, and it's the substantive item on today's agenda. And I want to speak to this first, so then I'm going to pass over to our Chief Executive to speak to it, and then to council officers, and then we'll get on with the item itself. But I thought it's worth, Councillor Ross.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, just clarification, Your Worship. Up there I see points 1 and 2. In my hard copy this morning, I have points 1 to 3. One's here, but one's
I think
not
Anna's halfway through this item, and I think if you go to scroll down, you'll see.
Is it there?
There. So I think we'll just leave it as it is now, because I haven't read this through yet, and when Anna's back, I'll read it through. So yeah.
I'm a bit of a process junkie. I'm just wondering why management wouldn't introduce in context the paper as in every other paper that we consider, and then you speak to it.
Yeah, I checked on that before. So I've outlined that I'm going to talk to this first, then I'm going to pass it over to the Chief Executive to talk to that afterwards. discuss this prior to coming to this meeting.
I'm just wondering if that's the most even-handed way of introducing the matter.
Look, I'm not going
totally
to get
up
into
to
the debate here, Councillor Kate, but this is a matter that has been really important in front of both our community and the country. It's got a lot of interest, and I just want to talk to it to start that process. Thank you. As I said, it's, this item has received much attention. Our council, since December 2018, I just want to give you some background here, where a number of recommendations were moved and has sought to agree a constructive post-settlement relationship agreement. I have personally had to take time to unpack and understand what this is all about in this triennium and what it means for our community both now and in particular in the future. From what I have read and heard, I am generally looking forward to what is contained in our draft relationship agreement, which will, if voted in, be positive for our community. I do, though, await the views of our council officers and elected members before making a final decision on this matter. However, at this stage, I will signal that I'll be moving the recommendation made by council officers. I have to say that there's been some very unhelpful mistruths, exaggerations and scaremongering from various lobby groups, including the Free Speech Union, Stop Co-Governance, Centrist and the Hobson's Pledge. So I just want to give you some examples, and that's why I want to preface this, to get some of these things out of the way. One of them says, it has come to my attention that a proposed treaty settlement with local iwi is set to embed co-governance into Whanganui District Council via legislation. I'll talk more about that soon. Another one here, this is just a small extract. Note that there were 173,508 people of Māori descent living in the Whanganui area in 2023. Now, I would challenge us to even get to 173,000. Wanganui's population is just a tad under 50,000. So these are some of the things that that have been broadcast for people to try and believe, and some do believe it. The Wanganui Airport is to be transferred to the Māori. The Wanganui Airport is not going to be transferred to Māori. The Wanganui Airport is not subject to any transfer or any of any kind. Next one is, as part of the Wanganui land settlement, they, not sure who they is, have included a clause which will give council no option but to have Māori representatives on council, and a whole lot more, whether the general population want it or not. I can categorically say that that council will not, that unelected representatives are not being appointed to the elected council as implied by some groups. I've responded to well over 200 emails, and I want to thank you, all the councillors as well, for your responses as well to the various emails, including asking Julian Batchelor from Stop Co-Governance to come back to me around his source of information, but I did not get a reply. The community has asked many face-to-face, many questions at face-to-face at events, by email and via a short survey. I would like to address the ones that have had the most noise, if you like. From my perspective, that is that council are introducing co-governance and the costs. From a co-governance perspective, or the governance perspective, I have personally fought against a version of co-governance in my early days as mayor. The proposed Three Waters legislation at the time included a governance arrangement which would have seen decision-making made outside Wanganui by others who had no interest in Wanganui. I went to Wellington to fight for our community against this, and believe my contributions, along with other mayors around the country, were helpful in seeing Three Waters legislation of the time to where we now see ownership and decision-making retained in our district. Some of the misleading and inaccurate information which we are all seeing more and more of these days has referred to co-governance, which has unfortunately become a very loaded term. So I will say for all to hear, co-governance is not being embedded in the Wanganui District Council. Is not being embedded in the Wanganui District Council. And unelected representatives are not being appointed to the elected council as implied by some groups. Nothing in the Wanganui land settlement proposal for collaborative work affects the council's statutory decision-making powers, and the council retains its existing functions and responsibilities. Costs. There are three categories of costs. The initial set-up fund, which the Whanganui Land Settlement Negotiation Trust is providing a $500,000 set-up fund for the Reserves Board. There will be no initial changes to the Council's costs for reserve management. The second one around costs is participation on the Board's costs. The likelihood is that there will have direct costs of $0. Appointments to the boards will likely be elected members, as is the case with many, if not all, of the other boards and trusts that elected members are appointed to. There is no additional remuneration paid. The expectation is that these appointments are part of the job and covered by the elected members' general remuneration. The third aspect of costs is the cost of implementing and actions and plans. This will be mostly applicable to the statutory boards as they administer the reserves land. The cost is a complete unknown at this stage and will depend on the future development aspirations for the reserves. That said, any plans for developing the reserve land will need to go through the Council's normal budgeting processes in order to get funding before they can be implemented. Just finally, one matter which I have not heard mentioned is the benefits in our community for when the treaty settlement is finalised. Our iwi will invest in our community with the proceeds, which, if the success of other settlements is anything to go by, will give significant uplift for all our community, socially and economically. Now I want to direct you to the paper, and you'll see in here, I think, a very good executive summary and a very good oversight of this item. So I'm now going to pass over to our Chief Executive, David Langford, to introduce the paper.
Kia ora tātou. Ki ngā rangatira o ngā hapu o Whanganui, tēnā koutou katoa. Ki ngā kai mahi o Te Crown, kia ora tātou. Ki ngā manahiri me ngā tangata o Te Hapuri, no mai haere mai. Look, first of all, just acknowledging and welcoming the leadership of our hapu from the district into the council chambers, the staff from the treaty negotiations team with the Crown, and then our community at large and our guests here today. Welcome to everybody. I'm going to introduce the report, which is detailing the proposed working relationships with our local iwi and hapu post the land settlement sign-off. I do want to be clear that the treaty settlement process is between iwi and the Crown, and the Council isn't a party to those negotiations, and I think Mayor Andrews already covered that point off as well. However, through the proposed working arrangements that are detailed in the report, our iwi have created an opportunity for Council to have some involvement post the settlement, and as Mayor Andrews also alluded to, that does come with opportunities for our community. Now, I want to acknowledge the point that Deputy Mayor Helen made earlier, that you have been provided a lot of information at short notice. Unfortunately, that has been unavoidable. Our staff have done a tremendous amount of work in a compressed time frame in order to run the engagement process, compile the feedback from our community and prepare these reports for you. In an ideal world, you would have had more time to digest them, but we are being driven by timeframes that are not set by Council. The decision before you comes in three parts, one being whether Council wants to participate in the Statutory Reserves Board that is proposed to be set up by the land settlement negotiations. The second being participation in the Charitable Trust, Toitu Te Whānau. And then thirdly, agreeing to the draft relationship agreement with our that will be between Council and the hapu of our district, noting that that is still subject to ratification by the hapu before it is actually signed. I'm quickly going to go through and give you the highlights from each of those three things, rather than taking the report as read, given you've had a lot to read in a short period of time. So starting with the Reserves Board, the proposed settlement agreement would create a statutory board that would take over the administration of a small number of what are currently Crown-owned reserves in Whanganui. As I mentioned before, the creation of the board is not a decision of council, but you are being asked to consider whether you would like to participate in it or not. The likelihood is that there will be no direct ratepayer cost associated with being part of the board. As Mayor Andrew has already said, elected members are appointed to a multitude of boards across various trusts, from Bushy Park, I believe Councillor Fallon is an appointee, the Tram Trust, Deputy Mayor is on. There is no additional remuneration. The expectation is this is part of the job of being an elected member, and the same would likely apply to any appointees to the statutory board. The council would continue to maintain these reserves as we currently do, and any future changes to those maintenance regimes or any future improvement projects that we might have aspirations for would still be subject to council's normal decision-making processes in terms of seeking funding through the long-term plan, annual plan processes. Moving on to the Charitable Trust Toitu Te Whānau, the trust is intended to be a vehicle for supporting partnership between the council, our iwi hapu partners, and central government. And it is designed so that local people can have more involvement, more influence, and a greater voice when central government agencies are delivering their services in the Wanganui district. Effectively, we want local solutions designed by local people that actually target what our community really needs, rather than getting a one-size-fits-all solution from Wellington. Again, the creation of the charitable trust is not a decision for council to make. It's been done under the settlement process. Your decision today is, do you want to participate in it, given the seat at the table is being offered? As I kind of already alluded to, council officers see this as a good opportunity to enhance and strengthen the voice and the influence that the council has over decisions that are currently made in Wellington. Again, there's no expectation that there would be a direct cost for council's participation. On the same basis I just outlined for the statutory board, appointees would be expected to do it as part of their existing role and remuneration as an elected member. Moving on to the relationship agreement. Relationship agreements are incredibly common across the whole of the local government sector. Our council already has a number of relationship agreements with individual hapu in the district and has done for many, many years. So what is on the table today is not particularly new or novel, because, as I say, it's pretty well established common practice across the country. Most of the commitments contained in this relationship agreement are effectively a starting point for further discussions on firming up and refining how we will work in partnership with our iwi and hapu going forward. And most of those commitments are just to explore the specifics, with a view that further future agreements are that are more refined will be entered into. The relationship agreement does include a requirement for the council to create processes for iwi and hapu to contribute to the council's decision-making process, and I suspect this is possibly one of the things that has led to a mistaken perception of co-governance. I do want to be clear that this is nothing new, and those clauses actually just ask the council to do what it is already legally obligated to do under the Local Government Act, and we've been legally required to do that for many, many years. The relationship agreement also contains a clause referring to the land surrounding the airport, and I just wanted to provide some clarification around this one, because I know it's been the subject of a lot of the discussion in the community. So first of all, as the Mayor has pointed out, this is not the airport itself. It is the grazing land surrounding it, the south spit at the mouth of the river. And the council's commitment or intention, sorry, to return some of that land to our hapu actually had its genesis back in Mayor Laws's time. There was an agreement at the time that there would be support from our iwi and hapu to put to Parliament a local bill that really sought to allow the council to reclaim ownership and control of the port. In exchange, there was a commitment that council would return the land to the hapu, and an MOU was signed between the council and our iwi in 2009 confirming that intention. There has been some recent confusion caused because a figure of 50 hectares has been mentioned in one of the newspaper articles back in the day when this was reported. We're not sure where that 50 hectare figure has come from because the current one is 128, but comparing the maps that are in the MOU written in 2009, they are almost exactly the same as the current maps that we have on the table today, with the exception of a few minor adjustments that have been negotiated more recently. There certainly isn't a difference of 70 to 80 hectares shown in those maps. Another point that I'd like to just clarify, because again it's been subject to quite a bit of community debate, relates to clause 28, where there are a number of additional reserves that are listed for further discussion post-settlement. I want to be clear that all bar, I believe, one of those reserves are Crown owned, they're not council owned reserves, the one exception being Kokahuia, which is the old Balgony landfill site. Now, what is being proposed in this clause does not commit any party, the Crown or Council, to any change, just a discussion around potential changes in the future. Were their proposed changes agreed, then there is a process under the Reserves Act for the parties to approach the Minister for conservation and seek their sign-off for any change. That process exists today, and actually any third party could come to council and request change to the administration of any of our reserves, and we would follow the exact same process. So again, that clause, whilst on first reading might look confusing and like we're overcommitting to something, actually really commits us just to have a conversation about something that is already legally enabled anyway. Wrapping up now, community engagement, and I would remind you that when you gave approval for officers to run the engagement process, the purpose was to give the community the chance to understand what is being put before council, give them the opportunity to ask questions and share their views on it. We did not specifically ask the question of did they support it or did they not. So before you start asking for numbers and a percentage of who was in favour and who was against, we don't have those numbers because we didn't ask the question. What we can say is that the feedback we received was highly polarised. In particular, the feedback online was weighted towards the negative sentiment. However, the in-person feedback from the community engagement meetings was more nuanced. And certainly the ability to ask questions and have face-to-face discussions helped in building a greater understanding of what was actually being proposed. Overall, once we removed a very large number of duplicate submissions, we'd received about 1,200 submissions. It is important to note, as Mayor Andrews already mentioned, these submissions were heavily influenced by national lobby groups, and only 35% of respondents said that they had any direct connection back to Wanganui. Either they lived here or they whakapapad back to Wanganui. 35%.
Thank you.
So I'm almost near the end here. As you consider your decisions today, I would just like to refresh your memories around the Part 6 decision-making requirements under the Local Government Act, which are for you to consider the views and preferences of those that are most affected or have a high interest in the matter at hand. So again, going back to my earlier points, this isn't about the numbers in favour or not. The feedback from the community is just one aspect that you need to take into consideration when you make your decision today. I would also note that it is iwi and hapu that are most affected by this decision, and that's not to diminish the community's input into this, but it is just to recognise where the balance of impact is going to lie. Finally, I would just like to remind you that this is a highly political matter. Myself and officers are here to answer questions of clarification on the technical matters included in the report, and I will ask the chair to be vigilant and close down lines of questioning that seem to be trying to draw officers into the debate. I'm sure you'll all conduct yourself exemplary anyway, but please be mindful of officers are here to give you advice. We're not the decision makers. We cannot engage in political debate. On that note, I will open up for questions, and if appropriate, the team from the Crown can join us at the table if they need to answer any.
Right, thank you, David. The first part of this, the next bit will be just for everyone else's information. We'll just go into some questions of clarification. So I'll invite Councillor Michael to go first.
Thank you, David. Or through the chair. I'm looking for clarification on the number of people who actually reside here in Wanganui. So you mentioned connection to Wanganui, but do we have an actual number of residents?
I can answer that. I'm up here on Zoom.
Yeah, sorry.
Elise?
Elise's our policy manager is also online, and she'll be able to answer the technical questions as well.
Welcome, Elise. I wonder whether...
Hello, Elise.
Apologies, I was hoping to sit in the background.
Speaking from above.
And female, yes.
All right, welcome, Elise.
Thank you. Quickly, 325 people said they live here. That is so using the data that we were given. So that's what people indicated.
Cool. Thank you.
That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ross.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And thank you to the CE for his report and also attending to a couple of my queries in your briefing. I appreciate that. I have but one question. In page 8, with the online survey, they were categorised into groups of questions, financial, admin, and so on. One of them was a democratic process and co-governance, misunderstandings about the process and what is being proposed. In the barrage of emails that I received, over 100, there was a late attempt to include opposed to co-governance and in any form thereof. That was widened to that, and I found that quite disturbing. I would like to ask you, it's a bit of a Dorothy Dix, but I would like to ask you, our obligations under the LGNZ Act about consulting with iwi, our obligations there.
Through your worship, the Local Government Act sets out the decision-making requirements for councils. One of those clauses, and apologies I can't quite remember it off the top of my head, I think it's clause 81, requires the council, all councils, to create and maintain processes that enable Māori to contribute to its decision-making processes. We have, through some of the recent discussions, amended the wording of the clause that's in here specifically to match the wording in the LGA, although I have noted, and the eagle eye of our Deputy Mayor has noted, that there is a small drafting error. We have missed one of the clauses that references that, and we just need to update the wording once the final draft is worked on. But the wording in this relationship agreement deliberately reflects the wording in the Local Government Act.
Worship. David, if I take it literally and any form thereof, that would mean that we have no processes within our roles to have any interaction with iwi in any form of discussion group, because any form of basically means exclusion. So, yes, that's what I'm saying. Any form of co-governance.
So is this a question
that we
I
don't
need to-
discuss with people?
Do you have a
anything.
question there then, or if you don't have you need a question for this is a questions of clarification.
Yeah, Your Worship, I think David has explained it. Thank you,
Okay,
and I support that response.
Great, thank you. Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thank you. It's good to see a large number of people at the council chambers today. We don't usually enjoy that. It's pretty mundane, most of the things we talk, but today there's a lot of public interest, and it's great to have you here. I want to ask David a question, please. This is the first meeting since 2009 when the transfer of the airport lands has been in public. It's always been in confidence. So the public were told about this 2 weeks ago.
Sure, bear with. Councillor Kate.
Councillor Rob has just stated that those meetings have always been held in confidential session. Is that in fact correct?
I was pondering that myself. I obviously haven't been around for that long to know, but can anyone clarify whether that's the case or not?
I can, Mr. Mayor, because it's in the document that we received a few days ago. So, point of order 26.2 F, information. That's because in 2016 there was a public submission that read that the iwi would be asked to join the council discussions around the Crown Land Airport. But you were right, other than that, 2009.
Yeah. So we all know.
Sorry, bear with. Has anyone else got any additions to? Councillor Michael's a very good stickler to the standing items, standing orders.
So what is the response to my
Yep. So that's what I'm just want to
order? Is the statement that Councillor Rob just made correct or not?
So Councillor Michael's stated his view. I'm just looking for some guidance from anyone else. Can anyone else add to that? Councillor Josh.
So I think the only thing, perhaps because I've been here as long as...
Oh, bear with. Sorry. I just invite. Yeah.
My advice to you, based on what Michael's just told you, and it is in the papers, the statement was incorrect. Ask the councillor to withdraw or amend the statement. So
Sure. I just wanted to see if there's anything
Thank
additional, but okay. Well, look, I won't invite any other councillors to see if there's anything else in the public, but I'd ask Councillor Rob to withdraw that statement.
Well, this is a bit ridiculous.
Sorry, Councillor Rob.
What I would ask is,
so can I just
produce
finish?
the meetings where it's been discussed in public. But if you say it's not, I say it's never been discussed in public. This is not a major issue I want to talk about. I'd rather move on.
Kind of point of order, sorry. I just want to say that you did say it hasn't been discussed publicly in the council chambers
only in
since
workshops.
2009. So there's a point of order been raised. Councillor Josh, can you add to this?
Yes, I can. Councillor Vincent has asked to produce the minutes. I can confirm now that we were sent the minutes of the meeting on the 11th of December 2018 just yesterday. The resolution that was passed as part of that meeting, which was public, was that Council considers the transfer of 128 hectares of grazing land on Airport Road in South Spit to Wanganui Land Settlement Negotiations Trust. The land forms a part of and is included in identified da-da-da-da Wellington Registry. So it has been discussed.
Right, it's been produced.
2009.
So what I'll say is that the point of order is upheld. Could you please withdraw your statement?
Withdraw that. This is not a very important issue.
Sure. No, this is an important matter. I just want it to be all clear about what's being said and what's not being said, and what you said was inaccurate. So I just want to ask to withdraw. Okay, microphone. So we need you to put your microphone on, Rob. There you go. Thank you.
what is a fact is that the public only got to know of this agreement, the full text of this agreement, 2 weeks ago. In fact, the full text is not received by elected members in its final form until 2 days ago. So I want to ask the Chief Executive.
We were given a draft of the relationship agreement sent out at my request in late November by one of our officers to all of us. The changes to it between that date and when it was released were minimal, so we had that information. The changes, if any, were not
that is
material.
upheld. I was going to say that myself. I was trying to recall the date. I don't know exactly when it was, but so late November we all received a draft agreement. The changes since have been not non-substantive. So
I didn't say that, Your Worship. I said we haven't received it in its final form until 2 days ago. That's all that I've said about this.
Okay, final form.
Now, and the public, when we went out for consultation before Christmas, in beginning of December, November, they only had a one-page summary of it. So I want to ask the Chief Executive, why you consider that this satisfies the LGA 2002 public consultation processes? Should the councillors just have the mandate to make this transfer, or should it go to some sort of public process?
So through your worship, the answer to your question actually depends on your interpretation of what the clause is committing the council to do. Now, what it is not committing the council to do is actually transfer the land here and now. That is not the decision you're making today if you agree to the draft relationship agreement. The clause asks the council effectively to reaffirm its intention to transfer the lands. Just reaffirm its intention. That intention is publicly known, has been since 2009 because there are media articles about it. There's a signed MOU by council that says you have an intention to do it. So by agreeing to the relationship agreement in its current form today, you're just reaffirming that intention. The clause has been deliberately drafted to make it clear that the actual decision to transfer the land still needs to be approved by both council and the hapu involved, and those will be subject to the usual LGA decision-making processes when you get to that point in time, if you get there. So on the basis that the decision today is actually not significant and is not material, yeah, absolutely. All of the requirements of your decision-making processes under the LGA are satisfied today.
So can you just confirm, please, that this agreement today is not an agreement with council to transfer this land, and that it'll happen at a future date, and that there will be a public consultation process as part of that decision making?
So through you, your worship, I can confirm that agreeing to the relationship agreement today does not mean you have agreed to the transfer of the land. You've just agreed to reaffirm your intention to continue those discussions with a view to reaching an agreement. But once that agreement is reached, a decision still needs to come back to this table and to the hapu's own governance teams. I can't give you a complete guarantee that there will be a future consultation process, because actually whether to consult or not is a decision by council, which is guided by our significance and engagement policy. So that is up to you as the council laws. Officers can give you an advice around whether you're legally required to or not, and not having the significance engagement policy open in front of me and having thought about it, I can't tell you whether you absolutely are. My recollection would be that you're likely not, because these lands that are proposed for transfer are not listed as a strategic asset in our significance and engagement policy. However, whether you're legally required to or not doesn't prevent you from consulting with the community if you choose to do so. So that'll be a choice of yours of the day when you get to that point.
Okay. And supplementary, a further question, please, Your Worship. The agreement here is between the council and Ngā Hapu o Te Iwi o Wanganui. There is lack of clarity about whether this is an organisation, who the members are of this organisation. And I think we've got representatives here today that might be able to explain that. And I fully understand that the Wanganui Land Settlement Trust is the appointed body and accepted by all iwi to negotiate the Crown settlement. This agreement is not with the Crown. This agreement is with the Hapu of Wanganui. So there's no description of who they are. So can we have an explanation of that,
Sorry,
please?
Councillor Rob, we have a point of order here. Councillor Charlotte.
That's actually incorrect. This relationship agreement, as stated within the agreement, is between the Wanganui District Council and the Wanganui Land Negotiations Trust.
With respect, that is totally incorrect. Have a look at the front page. It is, and it's all the way through the document. It's with Ngā Iwi o Wanganui. The reason, of course, is perfectly sound.
So bear with, sorry. So thank you, Councillor Charlotte. Can I just take a moment to get some advice on that?
Please, just to make sure we get this technically precise, could I ask you to answer this, just because I'm busy scrolling through trying to find the page? I think he's right.
Excuse me.
From my reading of this, and I'm happy to be corrected if I'm wrong, Elise, but I agree with Councillor Rob that the agreement is between Ngā Hapu o Te Iwi o Wanganui and the Wanganui District Council. So I will decline the point of order. In regard to your question, the Chief Executive is happy to provide an answer.
Well, Your Worship, with respect, I would like to hear from the chair of the negotiating trust on this matter.
Okay, that's fine. It may be deferred to them, but I'm going to ask ask our Chief Executive to provide the first response.
So,
sorry, I've got another. Yeah, Councillor Kate.
No, I was just putting my,
Right,
just in case
okay,
they were
right.
going to defer, I was going to...
Sorry.
Through Your Worship, so to summarise, in order to provide some clarification, the Wanganui Land Settlement Negotiation Trust has a mandate from the Hapu of the Wanganui iwi to negotiate on their behalf. That negotiation has been ongoing, as you know, for a long time. We're now at a point where we have a draft on the table that appears to be acceptable to both parties to that negotiation. It is now starting its journey through the governance process of actually being signed off. Obviously, one party or the other needs to go first. That just happens to be us. So it has come to you for your review. Are you in agreement with what is in the relationship agreement? The decision you are making today very specifically says that it is still subject to the ratification of the Hapu. So before the relationship agreement is actually signed and executed, both parties need to agree, which means all of the parties that are going to sign this will have seen it, read it, confirmed their acceptance of it, and we will know who they are.
Yeah.
So that's an overview of the process that hopefully clarifies things for you.
So, Your Worship, we have existing relationships agreement, have had them for a long time, with Tūpaho, Tāmau Poko, Ngā Rau, Ngā Apa, Ngāti Apa, So this is a document that is a practical use over a long period of time. Who are, as the Chief Executive understands it, who is the Wanganui District Council actually dealing with here? Because it's not the trust, it's a group who is not detailed in the document in any way at all, who are part of this group, called the Hapus of Wanganui. So maybe Ken or someone can explain who the Hapus are and whether they have given a mandate to the trust or whoever formed this document to come up with it.
This has just been clarified that the Wanganui Land Settlement Negotiations Trust, which, by the way, all trustees are listed publicly on their website.
So what's your point of order?
The point of order is that it's been clarified that the Wanganui Land Settlement Negotiations Trust has the mandate of iwi and hapu to negotiate this agreement.
No.
On their behalf, subject to ratification.
Okay.
Could I just
That's
add,
no-
it's
no,
via
sorry,
the
no,
tuck.
no, sorry,
It's
sorry,
in,
no,
at point
sorry.
5.
I'm just going to follow up on one at a time. I'm not going to, just going to go through this. That's how I understand it, Councillor Josh, so I just want to check on that they've been given the mandate to negotiate on behalf. So can I just check on that? That's correct? That's correct. So,
yeah, and it's via the Takapō
sorry, if I
post-settlement
could just finish what I was saying. If I could invite you to speak, Councillor Philippa, when you're asked, rather than interrupt. Thank you. So the point of order is upheld, that the mandate is given for the team to negotiate on behalf of iwi.
Not a set.
Yep. So just your question, Councillor.
Yeah, the next question is the Takapō Trust. Does this trust actually exist at this point in time? I ask that because it's not registered at the charities on the charities register.
Point of order irrelevance. Mayor.
Your point of order, is it that's irrelevant, is it? Is that what you're asking of Councillor Rob?
I believe it's irrelevant because he can read it here. I mean, it is a post-settlement governance entity. So it's post-settlement.
Yep.
I mean...
Yep, I'm happy with that, so upheld. Yep. Thank you. Councillor Rob, you got any other questions?
No, not at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of questions, please, on the relationship document. I think I just 28, page 7 of the document I've got, which I think is the latest we got. So just, you have said, and I probably have read, but just for us in the community, I mean, it talks about potential ownership of, I think, 7...
Can I just be clear about which one you're talking about? 28, the response
Land and Lakes Relationships, number 28.
Responses from the community were, oh no, okay.
In the relationship agreement. Yeah. And the A to H, what are they, lands or, I'm just looking at the right word there, David, but I guess the question there is, could you just confirm, my understanding is, and can you confirm that Queen's Park, Pukenamu, that will, part of this whole negotiation and particularly part of the treaty settlement, that will go to the post-settlement entity. Is that correct? That's what I read.
Through your worship, no. That's why that particular reserve is listed under clause 28. It's not currently subject to the settlement process.
Sorry, not Pukenamu. I was talking about. Talking about wrong word. Pakatori. Pakatori will go into the post-settlement entity.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. All of these other will be intended to be in the post-settlement, the reserves board, and the only one that's council owned is Kokahuia. Is that correct?
Through your worship, so the clause commits you to continuing to explore.
Yeah.
So doesn't commit you to a particular outcome after that exploration has been done. So I do want to be clear on that point.
Yeah.
The only council-owned pieces of land, and apologies, I do need to make a minor correction to an earlier statement I made, are the Kokahuia, which is the Balgoni landfill, and then the Pungarehu, which is a very small piece of land on the corner of the port company at the moment. So that's owned by the port company, which, as you know, that company is owned by the council. So indirectly, that one is also owned by the council.
Just perhaps on that later one, because I didn't understand that, would there be expected to be any implications around the whole port development? Obviously, iwi are involved in that two-part puaha, but obviously it's a major investment and outcomes for the community. Is there expected to be any impact, either cost to the ratepayers, significant cost I mean, or negative impact to the port development, just from that?
Through your worship, I can't confirm whether there would or would not be a cost, because as I say, this clause only commits the council to exploring the matter, and I don't know what the outcome of that exploration will be. What I can say, though, is there have been discussions at a management and officer level around that particular piece of land. There is no foreseeable operational impact on the port company. It will be able to continue to deliver the project and its ongoing business as usual as it currently does.
Thank you. And just on that, I have clearly read that it's talking about in the first 6 months exploring potential ownership, government, management, etc. My second question, and kind of last one, is on Port 30, which is still talking land and lake relationships, and it's where it talks about the 12 months. Within 12 months of the agreement, the parties will explore approaches for long-term strategy. It's really talking about the whole thing around where Ngā Hapu Aotearoa Iwi o Wanganui will look at opportunities to acquire any council-owned land, where transfer is not possible, provide the first right of refusal. And it goes on to say whether provide a first right of refusal or long-term leases to Ngā Hapu Aotearoa Iwi o Wanganui, specifically over the harbour and in city endowments. So this is about exploring potential approaches. I guess my question is, look, if we were to have, either current business, new business, developers, etc., come forward and go, hey, I really, we really want that for these reasons. It's about how do you see that going? How would you see that playing out, Dave? And it's around about the timeliness of decision making. And I guess, us wanting to get the best for the whole community, including iwi, but not losing an opportunity perhaps because of particularly timeliness. Could you answer that?
Through your worship, I don't think I can categorically answer that, particularly as I don't want to accidentally speak on behalf of our partners and put words in their mouths. But my expectation, knowing our partners reasonably well now, is that our iwi and hapu Māori of our community are not just interested in the cultural side of things. They are just like the rest of the community. They want a thriving economy. They want a great social fabric of our community, and they will also want the best for Wanganui. How those situations are handled is a discussion for council to have as you work through the next step after the relationship agreement, where you actually agree what those protocols will be. But I imagine there will be a pragmatic and reasonable solution put on the table relatively quickly. I think the other thing that you do need to bear in mind as well is part of the reason that you're not jumping straight to a firm commitment here is this is a complex landscape. There are other iwi that have overlapping areas of interest within the district in their deeds of settlement. It is going to be a complicated process to work through in order to round off those explorations. But all you're committing to today is exploring the matter and seeing if we can find reasonable, pragmatic solutions that are acceptable to all parties.
Thanks, David.
Deputy Mayor Hallam.
Thank you. The actual document, the relationship agreement, there's been various drafts, I understand, and I just want to be very clear, is the one that has been provided in the council paper the same as we workshopped last week and the same one that went out to the public in January, I believe?
Through you, Your Worship, I will allow Elise to correct me if I get this wrong, but I believe the answer to that is no, it is not exactly the same version. The change is the replacing the word involve with contribute under the clause that details contributing to the council's decision making, and that change was made at the request of council by the agreement with the negotiation trust, so that the wording matches the LGA.
Yes, confirming that's correct.
Thanks. There's no other changes. Elise, can you confirm that as well?
None, which I'm not aware of any other change. That was the only request that came through. That change was made. So the relationship agreement which elected members have in the final agenda is the final and current one.
Thank you. So I printed out the full, the paper I received as the late agenda item yesterday, and on page 26, clause 22C2, I don't have that change showing. It still says Wanganui's involvement instead of contribution.
Through you, Your Worship, I addressed that already, noted that it is a drafting error. We will correct it post this meeting, and we're happy to reissue the document to you all so you have the latest version. But that change has been agreed. We just missed one of the references to it in the document, and I apologise for that.
So I have sent through a notice of motion to include that change before you agree it today, because this is absolutely, to me, fundamental. So that will have to come through as amendment. I do not believe that you should be agreeing to this document without that change. So I'm just telling everybody it will come through so that that is reflected. We have to be accurate here. The second one is in the relationship document. In several places, it references that from the date of this agreement, within 6 months, within 12 months of this date of this agreement, we will agree to do blah, blah, blah. Can I get some clarity, please, around what the date of this agreement will be? Is that, could I have that, please? Is it, for example, is it, if it was to agree today, is that the date of the agreement, or is it the date that then Hapu ratifies it much later on? Can I just get clarity on that, please?
Through you, Your Worship, you are today agreeing to the draft agreement, and then it's going to go to our Hapu partners for their ratification. What that does mean is, post today, there could well still be further negotiations and changes to this, which will have to come back to council if any arise. So to then answer your question directly, the date of this agreement would mean the date that it is signed and executed by all parties to the agreement.
Thank you. There is a clause used in the relationship agreement which says this agreement is legally binding. What aspects and how, in what way is the all of the content, because there's a lot in it, how is that legally binding?
Through you, Your Worship, first of all, probably for some context, most agreements that council enters into are legally binding the contracts that we have with Downer for the maintenance of our roads are legally binding. Really, all it means is if the council breaches the agreement and doesn't do what it says it would do in the agreement, there is a way of enforcing it or seeking some form of damages, if there are any, for the breach. But really, all you're saying is you're committing to this, and you're happy to commit and be bound by it and do what you're saying you're going to do.
Thank you. So the document is written, I would call it as a relationship document, not as a contract, because it's uses fairly broad agreements. We will look into this. We will, agree to hopefully work towards transferring lands or whatever. So I struggle with understanding how we would resolve the expectation on one part and this very loose and broad and undefined document in another part, and then call it legally binding.
Through you, Your Worship, whilst you describe the document as loose, and I think you mean that because there's no specific outcomes other than the commitment to the exploration process. But therein, I think, lies the point. The relationship agreement largely just commits you to exploring matters, having discussions with our partners to try and figure out the specifics of what you will then subsequently agree to further down the track. So from officers' point of view, legally binding is not a material issue, because you're committing to have a bunch of conversations and agree to work with each other under a values-based approach. That's a relatively easy thing to commit to. If council does breach the document and the clauses in there, then there are dispute resolution processes so that we can work through those matters together. It would have to be quite an egregious breach and breakdown of the relationship for, I think, the legally binding clause starts getting waved around and people start talking about bringing their lawyers involved. So look, my advice to you is being legally binding, it's not unusual, it's not on, I don't believe it's anything to be particularly concerned about if you're entering into the agreement with good faith with the intention of upholding what you're saying you're going to do.
And if I could just add to that, I think the key word here is a relationship. You can't prescribe a relationship. A relationship is forged, and it is not prescriptive. So that's why it's called a relationship agreement. So anyway, I will now go to Councillor Kate.
Thank you. Thank you. Just a couple of follow-up questions, probably, to the Chief Executive. The first is in one of your earlier answers, you've alluded to a process should the iwi hapu not ratify the agreement, then it would come back to council, depending on, I would imagine, depending on how significant any changes might be. Could you just talk us through how that might be resolved and whether any changes in the document would need to come back to the full council, or how that would work?
Through you, Your Worship, look, this is effectively the same as any negotiation between parties. We've negotiated at I suppose at a management level between council officers and the negotiation trust, a agreement in principle that the negotiating parties at that management level believe is acceptable. It then gets presented to the governance teams. You will either agree or not agree that it is acceptable. Both parties need to agree, and it only takes one to say, actually, no, we would like a change, and then we come back to the negotiating table, discuss the proposed change, hopefully reach a fresh agreement in principle, and then re-present back to the respective governance teams for your sign-off. That's a long-winded way of saying, if hapu ask for a change before it's signed, we'll discuss it, and then we'll bring it back to this table for you to decide on it, because it is you as the elected council that are the party that's signing this contract. the relationship agreement.
So should I take from that that any changes would come back to council?
Yes.
Cool, thank you. The relationship document's been framed as a reset of our relationship. In the meantime, I think we called them link or working party meetings with Te Ronga or Taupuho have been paused. Has there been any indication when, maybe in a different guise, those meetings might be reinstated? I mean, it's been a couple of years now that we haven't been meeting.
Through you, Your Worship, I can't give you any specifics other than to say I have had some recent contact with John Mahi, and he has asked for a meeting with me just to discuss what the future of that Runanga meeting between the council might be, if it even continues, or whether it's replaced by the new arrangements. So opening dialogue is probably the stage that we're at, with nothing firm on the table or even proposed at this stage.
Okay, but opening dialogue's good. Thank you.
Mayor Andrew, can I just add an additional supplement to that, just to refer the meeting to sections 34 to 36 of the relationship agreement, which sets out that existing relationships between council and iwi will be reviewed as part of this agreement.
Yep, thank you for that additional information. Councillor Rob, further questions?
Yeah, one question on the reserves board. There's detail about $500,000 contribution towards the setup of this. Why that is necessary, I don't know. But the current cost of the Pakai Tory board is $45,000 per annum, and it's paid by the Department of Conservation. Is there any discussion going on with as part of this additional reserves that the Department of Conservation carries on with their payment, or is there going to become another payment from the Crown for the cost of this reserves board?
Through you, Your Worship, I can't answer that question because that is a matter between the Department of Conservation and the Pakai Board, which I'm not part of. I know Councillor Chandler Mackay is a board member. He may be able to speak to that one.
Can I just clarify the specific question?
Yes, I'm saying that the current cost of $45,000 per annum is paid by the Department of Conservation. Will the enlarged reserves board taking on other responsibilities still be funded by the Department of Conservation?
My understanding is no.
Have
But that's only my understanding.
Okay. What I suggest is that we get some clarification. If there's uncertainty around that, we can pick that up after this.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's substantive to make a decision though. Councillor Rob, you got any more questions there?
No.
Okay. Councillor Michael.
Just a point of clarification. Councillor Rob did not intend to, but it did infer that someone listening, it may seem that council is paying 500k, and we had confirmation yesterday that we are not paying that 500k. I know, but just want to make it very clear, we're not paying that. Yep.
Yeah, so that's a valid point. I don't think Councillor Rob implied that, but to clear that up, it's not a ratepayer impact is the key point. All right, I see no further questions. Charlie, Councillor Charlie, your microphone is working, not working?
Had mine, it's broken.
To share it.
If council's not paying the 500,000, who is?
The Wanganui Land Settlement Negotiation Trust.
Okay.
Is my understanding. Getting nods, so I think I'm right. All right. Okay. All right. So no further questions. I propose we move the recommendations on the screen. I move that the council agrees to the relationship, number one, that the council agrees to the draft relationship agreement subject to hapu iwi ratification, key point, and authorises the mayor to sign the agreement in its final form on behalf of the council, and 2, agrees to the council's participation in the Reserves Board, Ngā Tūte Amaru Statutory Board, subject to the finalisation of the Waitangi Land Settlement, and 3, approves the joint establishment of Toitū Te Wānau Charitable Trust with Takapo Wariki Trust, with the condition that the council reviews and approves the final trust deed before the mayor signs it. I'm going to move that. Councillor Jenny will second that.
I just want to notice that I've sent in a notice of an amendment to this resolution, and by standing orders, you have to deal with that.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask, before we go any further, Councillor Dickey, would you like, we've got that red clause that was referred to before?
Yes, clause amendment would be to 1 up there, that part there, that would be added in.
So that's number 1. You want this additional clause. My understanding is that this has been agreed, endorsed prior to this meeting.
So is Andrew.
It just wasn't in here. It's been agreed.
Clause 29 is just the airport land, and then it goes for a public consultation. No.
Okay, we've got this additional amendment to clause 1.
I don't want to make it too complicated.
See, where are we? As it's written, personally, as the mover, I'm happy with this. I'd ask Councillor Jenny, are you also happy with this? Okay. So that's become the substantive.
No, Your Worship, amendment has to be, I'm proposing an amendment to that clause. You have to accept that.
Sure. So
and
I'm just
deal with it.
That's fine. So I'm just was asked for this. I'm doing them in order that I've received them. So that was the first one. I'm happy to look at an amendment after this. So. Yeah.
Now that we've got now we'll deal with Rob's amendment, which is on screen.
Have you got? You've got it on the screen. Okay. The amendment is that the clause is the same as it is now, except for, it says, with the exception of clause 29, the transfer of airport land as referred to in recommendation 4 below, and 4. Have you written that up?
Sorry?
You have to put 4 in there because you have to do that to understand what I'm talking about with 1. Agrees to conduct a public consultation process for the transfer of 128 hectares of airport land to Ngā Hapu Aotearoa of Wanganui prior to agreeing to the transfer by council resolution.
Okay. So, do you have a support for that?
Is there?
What's that?
No, he needs a seconder.
Yeah. So we've got it's you and me, isn't it? Right.
You need a seconder, don't you? No. Come on, put
Sorry, I just want to, is this in relation to this item?
Yeah, can we take the reference to the airport land out, call it Landguard Bluff Land or something?
Okay. Look, either way, I'm not going to, as the mover, I'm not going to accept this amendment, and nor is the seconder as well. So it's a moot point.
You can't do that.
I haven't got a seconder.
Does he have a second?
There's no seconder, and it moves on.
Do you have a second?
I don't have a seconder. Is there someone in the meeting who wants a seconder? If there's nobody, there's the rule, Your Worship.
Go ahead. Judge.
No seconder, so yep, it lapses.
Go back to the motions on screen.
So we've accepted the changes and read up there, both as me, the mover, and the seconder, Councillor Jenny. So that becomes the substantive motion at this point in time. So. Yeah, so just have a clean break here. Okay.
Sorry if
right.
this is going to come across as being difficult, but I'm not sure that Charlie understood that Rob was calling for a seconder of that amendment to the motion. So I'd just ask that you give Charlie the opportunity.
No, I wasn't going to second. I thought perhaps.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
No, my read was there was no seconder. Yeah, but thank you. Councillor Ross.
Yeah, it's the ex-primary school teacher in me. After the words, commas are important. So after the words "to read," there should be a comma or parentheses for the bit that says "explore." There needs to be some sort of grammatical separation between
There's a
read.
comma.
Just becomes clearer.
Yeah. So yes, I'm happy with that that minor change too. So. So look, there's been a call for a break. Look, I know we're in the process of this, but I think it's timely that we just.
Let's go. Wait, it's up to you. Yeah. You're the call.
No, so we've been in here for a while. It is up to me. Thank you very much. But I'm going to say that we take a very quick break. It's 11:14 now. We're back at 11:20. That's 6 minutes. That should give everyone time. We're going to start exactly 11:20, so it's a 5-minute break. Thank you.
We can leave our microphones on, right? I'm first. I'm now first.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. Can I just have have quiet now, please? Sorry, could I have some quiet in the chambers? Thank you. All right, thank you very much. I had to extend the 5 minutes to 10 because there's a queue for the coffee machine, and that was very important, I think. So look, thank you for your patience. We've, I think, made some good progress this morning. The questions of clarification have been responded to. We now have the substantive motion written up as it is there, and I will now call for comments. Oh, hang on, sorry, bear with. So, where are we at?
So you've got a mover and a seconder.
Got a mover and a seconder. Okay, yeah, we are comments. So yes, we're on to comments. So what I'll do is go straight to Councillor Philippa. Just before you start, Councillor Philippa, what I will say is that a number of councillors may have written statements, and that's fine. Doesn't matter how you communicate your thoughts, whether it's straight from the heart or it's written down. You're very welcome to read. Sure.
Are we taking each point separately, as in discuss and then vote on each point, or you're doing them all in one?
Discussion for all. And for all, then take them individually.
To vote for, yeah, that's what I was going to do here. So my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, was that the comment is about all 1 to 3, and then we'll vote on each one separately.
Just point of order, Your Worship, that contravenes standing orders. Any member has the right to ask for any part of this to be put individually, and I request that each one is put as a motion individually.
You just put your microphone on, sorry.
But not speaking to them.
Yeah, so that's fine. So I didn't have that official call, I don't think. Maybe I had, maybe I did, maybe I didn't, but that's fine. So what we'll do is you're asking for comments just for item 1 at this stage?
Yes.
And, yep, okay.
Draft relationship agreement.
Yep, no, I've got...
Is that understanding orders? What? Standing orders what, Rob?
We can,
you direct us to it?
any member can take.
So just before we go any further, I'll just get clarity on this.
You normally speak to them all, just vote on them.
A lot of us don't want it because we want it separately.
Carried and I swear.
My little speech covers the whole lot.
It should be done separately.
I'm just going
No, I've decided not to.
make my speech up front then.
I don't want to be unpredictable.
Got a long way to go.
Do you want to sit together?
Yeah, just thank you for your patience again. So my approach here is to comment on all 3. We will vote on them separately, but the comments will be, and you might want to refer to 1, 2 or 3 in your comments, that's up to you, but I don't want to, I don't want us to single out each one separately for comment and then do them all separately. So that makes sense. So we'll go to Councillor Philippa. You were first on the button. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't necessarily need to lead off this, but I'll give it a go. I wanted to first of all congratulate the Mayor and actually the Chronicle for the leadership in the paper this morning. I mean, this is a big issue. This is an election year, like local body election, so it's very tough. And but I want to remind us that we're not talking about all the cultures in our society. We're talking about the whenua, not all the other ethnicities. We're talking, in principle, though we are not part of the treaty settlement. The treaty is our founding document. It's as close as a constitution as we get. And we're talking about New Zealand Aotearoa. a rich culture that flourishes and has, you know, and I guess we're not talking about co-governance. You know, if you watch this, I mean, I was sickened by this, I'm sorry. I'm not weak, I'm not woke, and I'm not ignorant. I've served nearly 20 years on this, around this table. I haven't made, not every decision's been a good one. But, and funny enough, the first mayor I served under, and seen probably as the most divisive mayor, has ironically kind of partly brought us to this decision around one of these decisions today, when his quid pro quo deal with iwi around the airport kind of land area. And it was that, and although his deal to try and get the port over the line wasn't necessarily required in the parliamentary process, there was an agreed strategic intent. There was he didn't even actually come to his council, but you know, he wasn't a stupid man, and it was the right thing to help lead that port, and but it was a promise, and it's not a promise I intend to break. I've been waiting for 4 years to deliver on that promise. It's about, you know, I don't even pretend to understand the whole of the treaty settlements or Te Reo or the whole area, but in 1840, Māori iwi owned 100% of our land, but by 2017 they owned 5% of it. Their land, their whenua, their wairua, the health, the well-being of the land is very important to their people, and I respect them for that, and I trust what they want to do with it. We should be proud of our treaty settlements. Just look what happens in some other countries. It's about returning the land. It's about the redress of loss and grievance, and it's nowhere near what they lost. The treaty settlement bill, I think, is appalling, and this Hobson's pledge, it's divisive, it's racist politics, it's harmful, and just look what's happening in parts of the world. Is that what we want to be, or do we want to be a rich, cultural country, and Wanganui, such a special place? I've got 2 brother-in-laws, Hohepa, Tamipo, that's their last name. They're my age, and they were strapped in school for speaking their language. And they cannot speak, they're not fluent in Te Reo now. And it's the education system. I didn't learn Te Reo, my children didn't, but if I'm ever as fortunate to be a grandmother, I certainly look forward to us learning them learning their full history, and being able to speak both our cultures, both our languages. I don't see anything to be feared here. It's about opportunity, it's about trust, it's about relationships. Iwi, you know, you just get to see nothing happens. You know, nothing happens or should happen in a country that's over, that's going to have a million of our population, I believe, Māori. They're our growing population by 2028, and over a quarter now, and way over that in our community. You know, if we want to keep growing Wanganui, have a rich Wanganui, grow the size of it, look after our health and our social well-being, do better. We need to do so much better. We need to be in a relationship with iwi, and we've got an opportunity here to be in this relationship. And it is a world first, and it's something to be proud of. It's not, and we just get to see through the port, the Sergeant Gallery, the Justice Precinct. Iwi are integral to those decisions and to us getting more money into Wanganui for the good of all of Wanganui as well. I think I've gone over my time, but in all this, and it's not just us wordsmithing it to look right. The words about subject to, exploring, potential, these are true words. You don't need to be scared by this. There's still a lot to be worked through here. So I would implore our council to make a really significant and a great decision here for all our wider community today.
Sorry, thank you, Philippa. That's time.
He tangata.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Sorry to cut you off there, but
I was over time.
Councillor Michael.
Thank you, Mayor Andrew. So we've had a lot of feedback. We've heard quotes of 100 emails, 200 emails. I've had somewhere in the region of 300 to 400 now, so I win. No. There's been a lot of emails on both sides. I've spoken to several hundred people personally and probably touched on 1,000 people in total since November. We have caused this stress, we, the councillors, because this really shouldn't be that big of a deal. But we've promoted it as a massive deal, which gets everyone's back up, right? People who are on one side say, oh, this must mean something, and then they go off on a tangent. And other people say, you know, we should definitely have co-governance and Māori should be at the table everywhere. And I think we've cost this, and I want to point out that reason. 325 people actually responded. That's less than the Aviary. Less people care about this than the Aviary. Just pointed it out there. Context, 30% of our people are Māori. That is a huge number. It's almost a third of the population. Not all are associated with hapu iwi. And our friends in the back row here will agree with that. So my family, not me obviously, but my family and my boys and my little girl are tamapuku. They're mana whenua from up the river. Cool. But we don't go to the marae. They are trying to learn about their heritage, but it's their choice whether or not they actually get signed up to a hapu or iwi. So there's a little bit of contextual differences I want to make aware. So where does my decision lay on this? I would like a decision to be made, not ifs and buts and maybes and intentions, and we've been stringing along people since 2008, I feel. And the history on some of these things is, yeah, a mayor in 2008 said, let's do this. Another mayor said, let's do that. And now we've gone, since 2008 to 2024, we're sitting here saying again, intentions. I don't like it. I just had a conversation outside with two gentlemen who would like us actually to say, we're doing it, not we intend to do it, and we'll see Ken in 10 years' time to actually ratify it. So I'm against this proposal for many reasons. My main decision is I look at this at the net benefit to all the people in Wanganui district. However, based on the number of people who've actually responded, this means a lot to some people. So I've disproportionately put their thoughts ahead of other people who just don't actually mind. One. The entire document I'm happy with, apart from two pieces. If those two pieces went in, I'll be saying, yes, let's do this, it's great, it makes total sense. So my issue is of the slippery slope of the words explore and intentions. I don't really like them. I made a comment, I don't mind saying, I said to Charlotte, we'll be here in 6 years' time defending what we meant by those words 6 years ago. The same way other councillors said, well, what did Michael Laws mean in 2008? So that's kind of my thought process. I'd rather just make a decision today. I'm opposed to any publicly owned land, which is owned by everybody, going into potentially a trust hand. I don't like that. I never have liked that. Even if all the people still have access to it, I feel like everyone should own publicly available land. That's just my personal point of view. Section 29, so that's number 28, G and H. Section 29 to me, I don't understand it, and I'm not comfortable that we're using the word intention, and there's been no motion by council between these two parties for this intention before. The only intentions that have happened in the prior times was for Tupahol. And now we're changing the name. I need more information about the airport lands. I need more information about why it makes sense, what are the long-term ramifications of that, to go from community-owned to a trust ownership. And number 30, I'm not comfortable with one group having access to being first point of call for purchasing or leasing of items. I feel like there's an insurance risk there, there's a valuation risk there. I need more information about that, and if it's a collection of people, i.e. this group and other hapus who are not part of this group, because again, like my cousin Rob over here, I haven't seen the full list of 28, 32 hapus that are on this list that agree with this. I also want to know that the Catholic Church, that other groups have the same basis to raise their hand and say, that's significant to us. Other than that, I really agree with everything. If 2930 was not in here, I'd be promoting this galore, because it means we can reset the relationship and start to look at some really good outcomes for the 52,000 people of Wanganui.
Thanks,
Thank you.
What I'll do is I'll give everyone a 30-second warning when your time is just about up, because everyone's got a lot to say, haven't they? Yeah. All right. I'll go to Councillor Josh.
Yeah, thank you. I want to start first of all by acknowledging Mana Whenua for being here today, and I know this is a momentous and significant occasion for you, so I want to tautoko you being here. Also the Crown representatives, Crown negotiators, Rick Barker and so on, and also members of the community for being here too. So I want to start first of all by talking about why we are doing this and why I fundamentally support this proposal. And I believe in this ultimately because I believe in honouring contracts, and speaking to Councillor Philippa's point, I believe in honouring Te Tiriti o Waitangi. I believe that actually, as a New Zealander, this is something we should be really proud of participating in, because it forms the constitutional foundations of our country. Subsequent to that, or supplementary to that, I want to talk about the fact that really this is about enabling iwi and hapu to reconnect back to land that they were alienated from, to reassert their mana over their whenua, as promised in Article 2 of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. It's about honouring that contract. And it's also about unity and cohesion, and acknowledging that actually we're not all the same. We are different, and we should celebrate difference. We should celebrate diversity, and we should acknowledge that for the last 185 years, the Indigenous cultural perspective has been largely left out of our public systems and our public institutions. And this process enables iwi and hapu to reassert themselves as kaitiaki of the land, and to ensure that our public systems actually reflect what we agreed to as a country in 1840. I want to turn now to some of the myths that I've heard and some of the accusations that have been made over the last couple of months. The key one is that appointing people to to decision-making bodies is somehow undemocratic. And I want to make the point that our head of state is a hereditary position. Our Governor-General is appointed by the Prime Minister, or on the recommendation of the Prime Minister. Our Speaker of the House is elected by the Parliament, not by the public. Our Cabinet Ministers are appointed by the Prime Minister. Here in Wanganui, we have appointed positions to our governance committees, on the Risk and Assurance Committee, on the CCO and Economic Development Committee. So there is nothing unprecedented in our system about appointing people who are not elected to decision-making bodies. It is very common right across the country, and there is no difference here in terms of what we're doing. I also want to speak to the comment about binding referenda, and that there should be a referenda on this issue. Referenda has never been used for treaty settlements, and nor should it be. It is a further, or it would be a further egregious injustice to allow the majority to decide on cultural redress for an Indigenous minority. And I want to be very clear right now that I do not support in any way, shape or form referenda being used for any aspect of a treaty settlement. I want to spend a bit of time talking about the allegations that have been brought forward by Stop Co-Governance and Hobson's Pledge over the period of this engagement. I'm all for disagreement, and I'm all for differences of opinion, but what I'm not for is the deliberate spreading of lies, of misinformation and inflammatory language to scare people and to ignite a reaction that subverts the political process, an honest political process. I was deeply disappointed by the actions of those groups, and frankly, I find it shameful, really, really shameful, that they chose to behave in that way and influence our decision-making process in such a dishonest manner. The statutory board, fantastic thing for Wanganui. It reconnects iwi and hapu back to their land, but also for the entirety of the community, it actually enables more participation because the public can go along to those meetings, they can listen to the conversations, they can be a part of the decision-making process, and it enables a closer connection to the land that we all use and that we all enjoy. It's a good thing for all of us. And finally, the relationship agreement. I just want to highlight again that this is a very, thank you, this is very common. The relationship is not a commitment to do anything in particular, it's a commitment to explore. Now, I would have thought that for any elected member that values good governance, that having intentions and exploring those intentions is a good way to make decisions. And as such, I'm completely supportive of the relationship agreement as it stands. And finally, given that I don't have any more time, I just want to implore everyone to look at this through the lens of iwi and hapu. Consider the role that you can play right here, right now, in righting a historical wrong and reconnecting iwi and hapu back to land that was alienated from them. And I will be supporting this because it is, through every measure, the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ross.
It's actually me.
We're doubling up.
That's right. Yeah, thank you. We do this in the best interest of making things better for Maori. I get that. But sadly, the reverse may be true with more and more division in our community. This is not council core business. Our job is to enable people to flush the toilets and run the bath, build a road or two and fix the potholes, but that's about it in my opinion. I acknowledge this has nothing to do with the pending land settlement and look forward to that well-deserved settlement in the near future. This, coupled with much confusion to me over exactly what we're trying to do here, the benefit, the unintended consequences and the risk of further disharmony leads me to vote against all these recommendations at this stage. Thank you.
Your microphone's not on.
Is it Ross now?
Okay, is it, you're okay, Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Your Worship. My whakapapa goes back over 600 years. I can trace them.
They look that old?
I know who they are. They come from 5 nations, including this nation. I am a 5th generation Kiwi. In my whakapapa, my ancestors have been rich, they have been poor, they have been landowners, and we've been moved off our land. We have been oppressors and we have been oppressed. We have been educated and we've been excluded from education. We have enforced the dominant language and we have been forbidden our native language. We have had my ancestors being the dominant culture and my ancestors have been denied their culture. My ancestors have issued extermination orders and my ancestors have been survivors. I end by saying the Sargent Gallery, the old and the new, and the waka between the two, I was told it's really a mother, the umbilical cord, and her child. I went across a bridge this morning, and I want to end with this. I don't want to be on the rich end, I don't want to be on the poor end, I don't want to be an oppressor, and I don't want to be oppressed. I'd like to be the first person in 600 years of my whakapapa to say, let this be the next bridge we build. I will support all 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rob.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, democracy's not at stake here. I'm very concerned to hear about all this discussion about a world first and these sort of things. We have had a relationship agreement with Tūpaho, with Ngāti Apa, with Ngāraru, with Tamu Upoko for nigh on 20 years. And there's been issues that have arisen and talked about in that, and generally it's worked pretty well. So there's nothing new about a relationship agreement. It's not part of the Crown settlement. I 100% support iwi in every way I can. negotiating that lease, that settlement with the Crown. You know, they've been waiting for many years for this, while most iwis around New Zealand have actually settled on this. So let's get on with it. It's fantastic. So there's 3 documents we're talking about here today. There's the Toitu Te Whānau. This is a noble cause. This potentially, this could really help the wider community of Wanganui, because I know that iwi don't just want to restrict it to their iwi members. They want to see this as a negotiation tool between local community and the central government. A noble cause, and it needs to be supported. But there's confusion around it. There's no detail about where the costs might lie, what they might be, who will pay them, you know, and it's too early at the moment for that document to be agreed to by council. The Statutory Reserve Board. To talk about setting up a reserve board for $500,000, I don't know what we're actually talking about here. I sat on the Pakatori Reserve Board for 3 years. What do you discuss? We discussed the extension of the courthouse into the reserve at one stage. We discussed the mowing contract. We discussed the restoration of one of the statues down there. Now, over 3 years, it wasn't a lot. There's not a lot involved. We talk about bringing these reserves in and having a separate body, other than councillors, actually managing them. Not managing them, I suppose administering them. Because the management will still be done by council. Gonville Domain. I challenge any councillor to tell me when the Gonville Domain was last on the agenda of this council.
30 seconds.
So it's overhype. So I don't support this reserves board unless it's just Pakatori Reserves Board that takes on some extra duties and then is continued to be funded by the Crown. That'll work. But if this talk of 500,000 is any indication, there are other people who see this as a major.
Okay. Thank you. That's time. Thank you, Councillor Rob.
We can't talk about the agreement. Now, this, Your Worship, I'll just say that this is why we needed to be able to talk to this separately.
That item 1, which is I, lay on the table.
I'll second that. Have some opportunity. Of course you can.
Yep. No, we can do this now. That's fine.
It's all right, Philippa. It's all right. It's all right.
Wow. Yeah. No. Yep. No, that's fine. We can let this. We can vote on this matter now. We've had at least 2 for and at least 2 against.
Yep.
Well, it's 2.
And it is 3 and 3.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. It's my understanding, look, and I could be wrong, that if you've spoken to a motion, then you may not be part of the procedural motion. So Rob would have excluded himself from seconding.
Only the mover.
Only the mover?
Yeah, only the mover. So that I understand is Councillor Deputy Mayor Helen. So what we'll do is sorry, just if you could just, unless you've got anything, Councillor Philippa, yes?
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think it's been clear that there's been, it was 2, I believe it was 3 understanding orders that have actually spoken against and say they're going to vote against all these resolutions.
There's been at least 2 against and at least 2 for, is my understanding. I'll just check that again.
Yeah, 3 for and 3 against.
Yeah, either we need a minimum of 2, so we've achieved that. So I'm happy with that, unless anyone's got any other views that we haven't. I've got it wrong. I think I'm right on that.
You are right.
So what we will do is we will put this to vote, which we're talking about item number 1, that the draft relationship agreement referred to in the recommendation of the recommendation 1 of the Working with Iwi Post Wanganui Land Treaty Settlement Report being discussed at the Council meeting 13 February 2025 today should lie on the table and not be further discussed at this meeting. So what I'm going to ask for is all those in favour of letting it lie on the table, can you please raise your hands? So Councillor Charlie, Councillor Rob, Councillor Michael, Councillor Deputy Mayor Helen, can I have your hands up if you would, if you want to decline the
Against.
hands up? Okay. Okay, the motion is lost. Thank you. So what we're going to do is carry on with comments. So thank you very much for those that have commented so far. And we'll go to, well, Councillor Rob, you've finished. Councillor Jenny.
Thank you, Mayor Andrew. Tēnā tātou katoa, and welcome to all of our guests today. Well, this has been a long time coming. Finally, we're able to support our iwi in a long-held ambition to have closer links to lands they once owned and to participate in helping our community, all of our community, move towards much improved social outcomes. This definitely is a day of celebration, hence my bright coloured top. Today we are presented with resolutions that are well qualified, subject to, conditional. We aren't signing any contracts or agreements, but in good faith we are agreeing to commitments that need more work before they can be signed. Some of these will take up to 18 months or more. There is still a lot of work, a lot of refinement to be done before any signing, but it's another important step forward in the process. I've been one of the councillors on the Settlement Working Party since it was established in 2019. I have watched closely with a critical eye to ensure that Wanganui residents and council interests, as well as iwi interests, are not compromised. I have been particularly impressed with our iwi's insistence that parts of their settlement aspirations benefit all of our community. They insisted on a values-based agreement, and who could disagree with that? We were unable to bring these matters before our community until December. We have been responsible for delaying the ratification signing between Crown and iwi because we refused to bring this straight to council and insisted that we involve our community. This was so important to us. We held a number of public meetings through the Christmas holidays. It was the only time allowed to us. I attended all bar one of those, and in all of those meetings I saw three groups of people. Those who supported this fully, those who supported maybe in principle but needed more answers to their questions, and they got those, and those who were against. Those who were against with the loudest voice. Sadly, for that group, having a loud voice doesn't make you right. It has been difficult for our community to wade through the misinformation that has been deliberately propagated for distribution by those who are irrefutably racist. If you add to that ACT's campaign to nullify the treaty and the previous government's mismanagement of Three Waters, making the term co-governance a dirty word, it is little wonder there are questions and some concerns from our people. I am so sorry you've had to contend with this.
Kia ora.
I wish we had more time to bring you all along with us. I wish we could have started sooner, but we did everything we could with the time available. Sadness is those who keep using them and they language, as if our iwi are separate from us, over there, to be feared and suspicious of. Yes, we're different, but that's part of our richness and depth. It's to be celebrated. To counter this, I've heard a great deal of we and us language, and I thank you all for that. The Reserves Board bring iwi close to lands they once owned. It's very important to Māori I get why some of you don't understand that. Throughout, it has been repeated that there will be no change to community access, just guardianship. Stop the picky niggling about cost when it is going to happen via legislation anyway. Be thankful that iwi have insisted that we join them at the table to govern this land. The lands at South Spit, Landguard Bluff, not airport land, I have in front of me 3 volumes that go into great depth, detail the treaty breaches and broken promises and agreements in our district. These volumes are available at the library, and I make it very clear, I'm not going to perpetuate another broken promise. This land was promised back to Pūtake Iwi by the then Mayor Laws. It has been supported by subsequently 3 mayors and councils. To now say we've changed our minds would be another broken promise and agreement. So this will come back to the council table, and we'll take our community through the process with us so that you all understand why this is so important. And the most important part of all of this seems to have passed so many by. Toitū Te Wānau is a stunning model that requires government departments to work together with a joint trust represented by iwi and council to ensure that social ills in Wanganui are significantly reduced. This is a first in New Zealand, and it's so new that the how is not clear yet. But what a wonderful opportunity for us, Wanganui, together to show how cohesion and working together with families can transform a community. Gosh, this is so exciting. I look forward to the outcome. Thank you.
Kia ora. After many years of negotiations between Wanganui Land Settlement and Crown, our iwi are nearing the initialling of their settlement. This comes at a particularly heated time in our social political landscape. As Wanganui District Council, Wanganui Land Settlement Negotiation Trust and our Crown negotiators have been undertaking public engagements to inform our community on the process and what is being proposed through a new framework with hopes of achieving better outcomes for our people and our community as a whole. Our coalition government has allowed a platform to put into question the document that underpins our nation. This platform has only exasperated sentiments of division and racist rhetoric, blinding many of the opportunities in front of us. It is clear that we have a system that isn't working for Māori, and therefore isn't working for any of us. What this agreement and framework sets out to achieve is a level of equity and abundance, not just for our communities most vulnerable, but for our district as a whole in the context of appropriate funding and resourcing for social services. 8 years after the settlement of Te Awa Tupua, through the 2017 Te Awa Tupua legislation, we are now working within a framework that puts the health of our river, land, and community at the heart of what we do and the decisions we make. I see the proposal of Toitū Te Wānau framework as an extension of this, focusing on getting the services we need where we need them. If successful, this will give us a vehicle to strongly advocate for the needs of our community locally at a time where funding for social good is drying up, and we are dealing with a government that is intent on austerity at the cost of our social fabric and health and well-being. The opportunity of a seat at the table presented to Council through the treaty settlement is something I'm very keen for the Council to participate in. The relationship agreement is a no-brainer to me. Council has had formal relationship agreements with our iwi for many years. These relationships will still exist and continue to work as they have, and hopefully strengthen further through review. There is nothing in this agreement that precludes Council from entering into relationships outside of Te Tomakanga ki te Matapehi, including our iwi, hapu, or any other group or organisation. And it is worth noting, again, that local government bodies are mandated through the Local Government Act and the Resource Management Act to foster opportunities for Māori participation and consultation. This is not new, and any costs related to consultation are already factored into our existing budgets. It seems to me that entering a relationship at this time, in principle, is a pragmatic approach, looking ahead to, if all goes well, the post-settlement phase. When you look around the country at regions that have concluded their settlement processes, post-settlement entities become major investors, socially and economically. This relationship will give a good foundation to align strategies and identify where partnerships can accelerate positive outcomes for our community. As for the Reserves Board, I see it as a perfect compromise where mana whenua can be reconnected to their lands through an administrative board. working alongside council to manage and maintain these reserves that all our community retain access to. This is a structure that already exists. I personally do not see it as a significant issue that requires a lot of debate. The decision that we have in front of us today comes after years of work, negotiations, and in principle council resolutions. This is step one. There is still a robust process ahead of initialing the deed of settlement, consultation with hapu, and ratification of settlement. Then the work begins. And as laid out in the agreement, there is a step-by-step process, each playing a role in giving life to this agreement. Today's decision is a step towards something great for our community, something that can unify us, if we let it. I strongly suggest you all take a breath, understand the history, and understand the sentiment of what this means in good faith.
Councillor Peter.
Yes, thank you, through the Mayor. I'll start with a quote from Moana Jackson. For taking away the land from people who live as people of the land is not simply some passing land loss. It is an ongoing rupture that fractures the essential spiritual and practical ties to identity and belonging. From Moana Jackson. I am sure you are all familiar with the saying, ko o te awa, ko te awa ko o. And I'll take the liberty of saying that it can just as easily flow into ko o te whenua, ko te whenua ko o. As to the relationship toito te whānau, politics really should be ethics put into practice. This means taking a moral stand, not for practical purposes, in the hope that it will bring political results, but as a matter of principle. Toito te whānau is a relationship document based on values of both participants, each having integrity, showing respect. Being authentic builds trust. Therefore, think first of the relationship and acting accordingly to the strength of both. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Glenda.
Thank you. Nice, Councillor Peter. I'd just like to start by thanking all those people who sent through all of those emails that we all received in our inbox recently, those for and against. There's been quite a number of emails sent, and if I didn't answer them all, I do apologise. But it did give me cause to go back, to reread documentation and to do further research so that I could see how things aligned or how if they didn't. So in light of that, I do want to say I do understand the Wanganui Land Settlement Agreement is between the Crown and iwi. Council are not involved in this process, contrary to quite a few of the emails that we did get. I understand that the statutory board proposes to manage reserves that are transferred back to iwi under the settlement, and as has been already said by a few of us, this model is already in place with the Pākai Tori Historic Reserves Board, of which I am a board member. A relatively new member, but I've been there long enough to say that this works very well. It is collaborative and there is a healthy respect for everyone around the table. And I have to say, even in that short amount of time, we have talked more than just about lawn mowing. I understand this process is subject to finalisation of the Wanganui Land Settlement Agreement. I do understand the Toitu Tuano Trust is a proposed beautiful document where both Council and iwi hapu will use as a guiding document to work together on mutual aspirations for the region. Why wouldn't we? I do understand the proposed trust agreement is conditional of Council reviewing and approving the final trust deed before the Mayor signs. Now, the draft relationship agreement is something I am particularly pleased about, and it's just about that. It's a relationship. It's not a takeover, and it's not co-governance. It's an agreement that will explore ways that we can work together in the future. And quoting Councillor Charlotte, referring to Section 81 of the Local Government Act and Part 2 of the RMA, gives the elected members a framework that we have to work within. We have to consider that. So this is nothing new. And I understand that this draft agreement is subject to hapu iwi acceptance of the draft before it is signed. It is certainly part of my personal values to value and respect everyone the same, to be collaborative and to have a will to work together. And I would encourage everyone in this country to challenge themselves with this. We would be a better country for it. Now, my quote isn't quite as eloquent as Councillor Peters. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "We must learn to live together as brothers or perish together as fools." So I thought that was a bit harsh, so I wouldn't quote it. But I am going to say, Henry Ford once said, "Coming together is a beginning, staying together is progress, working together is success." So I fully support this. Thanks.
Right, thank you. Councillor Kate.
Very good, Glenda. Thank you. I'd just like to thank everybody who's been involved in getting us to this place. In particular, I'd like to single out our team. Our management team have put a lot of time and energy into clearly articulating what is before us and making sure that we had the right information, so thank you for that. I'd also like to thank a couple of councillors in particular who've led the charge on this in terms of the community groups, and that's Charlotte and Josh, Andrew too, Jenny. You know, you've all shown what I consider to be outstanding leadership in this space, so thank you for that. I am supportive of all of the recommendations and will be voting for all of the recommendations that are before us. I won't outline why, because I think it's been well articulated by the speakers that are in support of this motion already. I'd just like to single out, I guess, Toitū Te Whānau. It is a wonderful model to be looking forward to. The other piece, I guess, of what I wanted to say today is I wanted to speak to the fear and the misinformation about having Maori at the table and about having learning about the Maori worldview. I've been in governance in this community most of my adult life, led the DHB for a number of years. This is my 9th year on council, and I can hand on heart say that having iwi hapu at the table can only, and in my experience, it has created better depth of my understanding, better depth of my decision making. It has broadened my thought processes, and it has helped me take the long view. For mana whenua, who are the kaitiaki of all elements of our community, I can only say they add to our kete, our information, and our ability to make good long-term decisions. I'm very proud to be part of this decision today. I'm hoping that it's going to go the right way. The numbers are looking like that. It is a small step, an important step for Wanganui, and in terms of our nationhood. We are a South Pacific nation, and it is entirely appropriate that we understand and know and allow our mana whenua and Maori at the table. To those who that continue to be fearful, haere mai, come for the ride. This is good work. Only good can come of it. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Hallam.
Thank you. I've got all these scribbles, which is always, hopefully I'll get it right. Look, thank you everybody, great comments. I do look at this, at the relationship agreement as a legal agreement, and it states here it's legally binding, and that for me, I guess, is the big part that I'm really, really struggling with here. To me, there is not enough detail in the relationship agreement. It doesn't provide clarity, I believe, to our hapu and our community over what council is really considering entering into. yes, it says throughout the document that we're agreeing to explore things further, but in fact, there will be some things that I firmly believe that A, we have not debated around this table clearly enough, so we don't actually know if we've actually even can long-term agree to fulfilling what we're indicating we are going to say we're going to do. And that concerns me, that we need to spend more time to develop the relationship agreement, to debate it, so that it is clear what we can and can't move forward with in the relationship, so we don't disappoint everybody. And I do think also that our community is very unclear on what we're actually agreeing to, and that's a lot of that debate, and it's important that we put more work in. I want to then move on to the amendment there, which is clause 22C. That is a really important change. There's only really one word that's changed there, and that was from participate to contribute, because that actually, that difference between participate and contribute really did open up, as it was before, to that criticism that we're allowing co-governance. The way that it is now being worded with the change in red means that we are not agreeing to anything more than is already in the Local Government Act under Section 81. So I hope that relieves a lot of concern in the community. I am keen to enable the Reserves Board to be established so that the Wanganui land settlement can be initialled and hopefully proceed to final treaty settlement. I have no issue with this part. I have a real issue with what I consider the lack of detail in the draft relationship agreement. As I've already said, it's legally binding without providing specific detail, as expected in a contract of this nature. It is setting up expectation that we may not be able to deliver or wish to deliver on that would risk our relationship with iwi and our community. It also sets up an expectation that further lands may be negotiated for transfer, and this has not been discussed around this table. The establishment of Toi Tū Te Whānau Charitable Trust is a noble endeavour that could have great benefit to Wanganui, but our relationship document doesn't discuss our, what I believe, inability or mandate to contribute financially. This again should wait for further refinement before signing. The first right of refusal on land sale clause also concerns me without further debate and development. There will be times where this isn't in the best interest of our community, including possibly other iwi. I'm not against the intent of many aspects of the relationship agreement, but my greatest concern is we are legally bound in setting expectations as our intent and ability to participate in the area specified, and I see some major potential for obstacles to that without further work and specification clarity in this agreement. If we sign and then pull back almost immediately on certain aspects because we can't deliver on that intent once we do a bit more analysis, that will not be good for our relationships. Any agreement should be legally binding only once we have sorted more detail. This is supposed to be a relationship agreement, and so that's my biggest suggestion.
30 seconds.
So laying my motion to lay it on the table so we could refine it further, so all of our community can be clear on what we have in the agreement. Obviously that got lost, so I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So I'll just speak briefly to this as well. I just want to go back to the first treaty settlement in New Zealand was the Waitomo Cave settlement with Ngāti Maniapoto in 1990. However, the first major settlement that occurred was with the Ngāti Tahu in 1992. So I'll hold on to that. Treaty settlements in New Zealand are standard practice and offer several merits for iwi and for the wider community, I'll add, and the wider community. Recognition of historical wrongs, and I think everyone recognises that. Cultural revitalisation, economic development, strengthening iwi autonomy, rebuilding relationships and intergenerational benefits. Let's not lose sight of what's in front of us. Here we are 35 years after the first settlement, where our iwi are going through the final stages of their own treaty settlement. Many iwi have used their settlement funds to establish investment portfolios, develop businesses and create job opportunities. Some examples include Ngāi Tahu, which invested in property, in tourism, the Shotover jet and Hooker Falls jet and seafood, farming, and their asset base has grown significantly since their settlement in 1998. Tainui used their settlement to develop various businesses in Hamilton and strong presence, particularly in property and construction. Te Arawa gained co-management rights over lakes and waterways, reinforcing their kaitiatitanga guardianship role, etc. And even Ngāti Wātua Aureki set up a high-quality housing trust in Auckland. A relationship agreement is nothing new or different, as has been pointed out a number of times. If we abbreviate the document right down, a relationship agreement is about establishing a values-based framework for delivering social and economic change for the betterment of all our community. And I'll point you to the karakia at the start. The decisions we make in this council are to uplift the community and all peoples of Whanganui, and this is nothing different. It is well noted that Māori social and economic statistics are not great compared to the rest of the population. That's not good enough. Take note, again, that the whole community will benefit. And we're full of quotes today, so I'm going to add those, add a couple more here. When the tide rises, all boats rise. That means there is general improvement in a situation. Everyone involved will benefit. What I would say about a relationship agreement, and I can speak from personal experience in my corporate and consulting career, if you don't have a relationship, you don't make progress. Try doing business if you don't have a relationship. It does not work. Toitū Te Wānau is particularly exciting and has been excitedly received by Crown agency officers that have been briefed on this, both in the region but also in Wellington. It means that we take a localised approach rather than a one-size blanket approach of policy that's made from Wellington, thrown over the whole country, trying to do the same, offer same solutions that don't work in our community or in each community. Waia te iti kahurangi ki te tū ohu, koe me he mauna teitei. Seek the treasure you value most dearly. If you bow your head, let it be to a lofty mountain. Kia ora. I'm going to pass over to Councillor Jenny for a right of reply. As the mover, I'm allowed to do that, but I'm going to give that to Jenny. Councillor Jenny's been on this journey for longer than I have. I think it's appropriate that she provides that reply. Thank you.
Thank you for that opportunity, Mayor Andrew. It's been a long day. And I'm determined to end this debate on a really positive note. My children are tangata whenua. And those of us who whakapapa back to Scotland fully understand what it's like to have your land and your language removed from you. So there's quite a depth of understanding within our family of what you've all experienced over many, many decades. All of us here would have appreciated a bit more information and much more time to digest what's been before us. And I'm also going to be exercising some restraint and not doing a rebuttal to some of the dissenting comments that have been shared today. But there comes a point in time when we must start to trust each other around this table. Trust our CE and trust our officers. And most of all, trust our iwi partners, that what we are embarking on is good for all of our community. Fiscally prudent, cutting edge on the social well-being space, and values-based. And it's time to let go of all your fears. Seeing the Wanganui land claims settled and our iwi flourish is just simply wonderful. Iwi investment into our community will be transformative. Toitu Tuano is not just the icing on the cake. It's the second layer of the cake with the cherry on top. Thank you, Ken and Tracy and others involved. I really thank you from the bottom of my heart for that. Let us step forward with faith and trust and optimism. My children and Moko will be proud of what we're doing today. To the beautiful people in this room, thank you for wanting to include us. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. You are so welcome in this house. And I want to end with one of the emails. I think Andrew did allude to it earlier in his opening, but I think within all the detail it might have got lost. So I would like to end with the email that came through yesterday from the gentleman that I believe was the last one to speak at the Castlecliff public meeting. A truly beautiful ending that really moved us all. Dear Jenny, I'm a 5th generation New Zealander and have been resident of Wanganui for over 40 years now. I have read the draft of Te Tomakana ki te Matapehi, courtesy of Google Translate, for much of the te reo. I am excited. I feel hope. My skin tingled. This is momentous. Please vote to support. This can only be good for Wanganui. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think everyone's had an opportunity to speak, so I appreciate all of the time and effort our elected members, councillors have made in preparing for today. I also want to say once again thank you to the council officers who aren't necessarily all in this room and have been diligently working on this for a long period of time to get us to today. We turn up here and we get the papers and that kind of thing, but there's been a lot of effort organising today, but also the engagement sessions that we had. And also want to say thank you to all those who participated in our community in this discussion, both for and against. There is no way that we can please everyone in what we do and the decisions we make. But we have heard, we've read, we've listened. For me, I've taken time to understand alternative views in mine. I've been open to challenge. I've formed my own view based on the journey that I've gone on, and so I want to say thank you to our iwi who are here today. Thank you to our iwi that are in our community, and thank you to Rick Barker and your team, and anyone else that is here today, members of our public, our community that have come along to listen. So I no further comments. I'm going to put the motion on the screen one at a time. We'll start with number 1. So I'll read it out just for clarity. That the Council agrees to the draft relationship agreement subject to Hapu iwi ratification and authorises the Mayor to sign the agreement in its final form on behalf of the Council, and amend clause 22C2 to read: explore and develop meaningful processes that enhance NGA, Hapu or Te Iwi or Whanganui's contribution to the decision-making processes of Council as per the Local Government Act 2002 requirements under Section 81. All those in favour? Hands up. Okay. All those against? Okay. Motion is carried. Thank you. Yep, that's recorded, yep. Item... sorry, I'll just wait for you to do that. Okay, item number 2 agrees to the Council's participation in the Reserves Board, Ngā Tute Amaru Statutory Board, subject to the finalisation of the Wanganui land settlement. All those in favour? Okay. All those against? Okay, motion is carried. Item number 3 approves the joint establishment of Toi Tui Te Wānau Charitable Trust with Takapau Wariki Trust, with the condition that the council reviews and approves the final trust deed before the mayor signs it. All those in favour? All those against? Motion is carried. That ends this item. Thank you very much.
I just want to take the brief liberty in regard to the appreciation shown from us all in regard to what we consider the courage and the commitment of youth coming along on this journey. And albeit it'll be a challenging journey, it's a journey that we need to take as a community, as hapu and iwi, and in fact as a country. And what the fundamental point at stake here is that we're looking at, and you're part of this journey, of a systemic change that is based upon values. Our values that permeate and come from this land. And to see the majority of our council to support that beginning, that part of that journey of that systemic change from our point of view is fantastic. For too long we've had a system that has shown no integrity, has lacked authority in regard to decision making, and hasn't shown any thought in regard to the health and well-being of the land. In other words, toi tui te kupu, toi tui te mana, toi tui te whenua. Based upon that, I'll end it with a very brief quote. You know, if your values are clear, your decision making will be much more easier. And many of you today have just shown that in regard to your decision making in regard to ensuring our values are at the core in all things we do as a community, as a hapu, as iwi, and for all of us in regard to Aotearoa. Nō reira nā mihi ki ako te āko e mihi poto, o tira e mihi kawana ki ako te katoa miki, kei oko whanaunga, nā mihi ki ako te haramai, ka haramai i tēnei wā e tautoko ana tēnei kaupapa. Kei te moi o au te taumaatanga, e tahi wā o tira ki toko te tiro nei, ko tēnei te huarahi, I runga nā mātāpono o tātou tūpuna. Nō reira nā mihi ki ako te katoa. Nō reira tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou.
Te awa tupua, mai te kaui maunga ki tangaro, ka waka piria mai, kora pira, Tama upo
Oh, what a great way to finish. Thank you, everyone. Look, it's appropriate now that we do take some time. It's about lunchtime, and it's probably a good time to take a break. So, can I ask that? What 12:35? Yeah. Okay. We'll come back at maybe 1 o'clock. That's 25 minutes. If you need to eat in here, that's fine. So 1 o'clock. Yeah. Got a quorum here. All right, we move on to, are we live? Okay, we move on to item 8.1, the Horizons Regional Council Passenger Transport Committee update, February 2025. Welcome, Anthony. Yeah. Just need to put your microphone on.
This one?
Yep.
Excellent.
And I know you've got some others in the room. We've got Caleb, Jamie, and Sam online.
Fantastic. Well, tēnā koutou katoa. It's great to be with you to talk about our work with Horizons on public transport for Wanganui, both through the Passenger Transport Committee and with our governance group. Next month, we have a once-in-a-decade opportunity to talk with our community about a new bus network for Wanganui. It's a chance to take what we've learnt from the Tide, apply it to the network as a whole to make that network more efficient, to make our buses more relevant and useful for people now, but also to create a structure around which our city can grow. This consultation is happening in two parts at the same time. The first part is a consultation through the Connect Transport brand, which will ask Wanganui what kind of network we want to move to, whether we can do it next year or whether we're doing it in the next 10 years. We're showing people three options with maps, and two of those options, option 1A and 1B, and I don't know if we have it up on the presentation, it's just in those notes. But option 1A and 1B assume a higher budget, but they spend that budget in different ways. Option 1A spends the budget mostly on frequency, with 3 Tide-like services that run every 20 minutes. We do also, and what that will mean is that a really large part of Wanganui's population will live walking distance to a 20-minute frequency bus route. Within that network, we also have 2 hourly coverage routes, which will go every hour to places that we currently serve, like the part of Wanganui East that is closer to Ekitara Road or Virginia Lake. 1A is more likely to be the more used of the options for a couple of reasons. We know that frequency is the biggest driver of ridership. The Tide is taking more than half of our boardings currently. But also when you connect frequent routes together into a network, you greatly expand the number of destinations you can reach. So a person who lives near any one of those frequent routes will be able to get to any point on all 3 within about 45 minutes to an hour. 1B is quite similar, but it takes a different approach and spends more of our resources on coverage. So we still have a frequent network of 2 routes, but we then have 4 hourly coverage routes, so we cover more ground. It may have a little bit less use than 1A, but more people would live near to an hourly bus route. What both of these routes have in common is they have a new frequent route that not only provides a direct trip for people in places like Wanganui East, it also serves all the schools that we currently serve with school buses. So Rutherford, Wanganui High School, City College and Girls College. What this means is that instead of having one chance in the morning and one chance in the afternoon to catch the school bus, students would have 3 chances an hour for most of the day. And that would give them flexibility for extracurricular activities, school sports, part-time jobs, that sort of thing. It also gives us a chance to take a bite at our biggest traffic pinch point, which is, of course, schools. Also, 1A and 1B both have some extra service as well, reaching Pūtiki for the first time. It's important to note that at this stage, we do want to hear broadly from people. So if there's something we've missed, if there's something people don't like about what we've changed in here, now is a good time. We are actually quite flexible, and we are looking to develop a final map and actually take that out one more time when we're getting quite close. That's something we've learnt from previous consultations. Network change is exciting, to me at least, but it is difficult. And we're still dealing with a really lean budget. Looking at this from a ratepayer point of view, if we assume the higher budget, this will, for an average Wanganui rating household, it will cost $95 a year. If we compare that to our peers, a household in Palmerston North spends $165 a year. In Hamilton and Dunedin, that's around $150. In Wellington, it's over $300 per household. So we're dealing with rates that will, for public transport, will be lower than our peers. We still think we can get good value out of that, but it will require us to be as efficient as possible, and there are some trade-offs. So we'd love feedback about what those trade-offs are. It's also crucial to note that this consultation, the fun one with the mats, won't be the one that decides the final level of resources, because while this was voted for in principle last October, it requires a change to Horizon's revenue policy. So we will be going out to the community with the annual plan to ask the community, are they happy for us to invest in public transport, even when we're not receiving matched funds from NZTA Waka Kotahi? So we're really hoping that people won't just submit to this, they'll also at the same time submit to the annual plan. If we don't have the budget, or if people would prefer we didn't spend it, we can still look to do one of these in other years, but we've also created another option, option 2, which works on the current Wanganui budget. So under this plan, we still just have the one tide route, but it is extended to either end, and we have 4 hourly coverage routes. But because we're not dealing with the extra budget, we're also not reaching new areas we don't currently serve, like Putiki, for example. As I say, it's a once-in-a-decade opportunity, and we'd love your support in getting the word out to people. This is the best chance to get wide feedback. But once we are working towards a network, whether it's in the next year or the next 10 years, the biggest thing this council can do is integrate it with its district plan. A public transport network really depends on zoning, and a district plan has a lot to gain from a good public transport network, particularly when it comes to frequent routes. So if in the future we build more housing, but also more workplaces, destinations on frequent routes, those routes will perform better. And there'll also be less of a ratepayer burden for growth along those frequent routes on things like our roading infrastructure. Conversely, if we build completely outside of the public transport network, we have to assume that those areas will be solely dependent on our roads for a long time. Finally, I'll just finish with infrastructure. So one of the best things we can do, and it just requires staff time between Horizons and Wanganui District Council with a new network, is to rationalise our bus stops, to make sure that all the bus stops we look after are within current routes or in routes that we're planning, and to make sure that they're a good spacing, 400 to 600 metres apart. That could actually save us some money and allow us to focus, because when we have a new network, we really need a new standard of service. The bus shelters need to be cared for and looked after. We need poster holders in all bus shelters and clear wayfinding information. And then, really importantly, from an infrastructure point of view, we need safe places to cross the road near bus stops. That's very important. It was also great to see that in the long-term plan we've allocated some more money to look after bus shelters, and particularly cleaning. A little update on that. That money hasn't been spent yet, the $15,000. There has been work to plan it. My understanding is the Roading Alliance are looking at doing a wet clean of all bus shelters before the end of the financial year. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. It's possible that in future years we could look at other ways of tendering out that work. It's possible that what we need for our bus shelters is not so much specialised machine-based work like water blasting, but more low-tech handwork, cleaning glass, removing easily removable graffiti, and dealing with cobwebs. We also should note too that we have $50,000 a year allocated for bus shelters, but it's in the general pool for the Roading Alliance. With a new network coming, I think it would be a really good idea to look back at the last 5 years, see how much of that was spent and how on our bus shelter network. It's possibly just been a case of not having many eyes on our bus shelters over the last 10 years, and that may be the first thing to look at as to why we haven't been meeting an accepted standard. That's all I've got. I'm happy to take questions and happy to move quickly to Horizons as well.
Great. Thanks, Tono. I've got a question from Councillor Peter.
Yeah, thank you for the report. I did read it all and found it very interesting. I'm a great advocate for public transport. The consultation, that's just in the Wanganui district, or is it the Horizons district?
Well, there's two parts. Yes, the consultation on the Wanganui network is just in Wanganui, but as I say, that has no control really on the final budget. The one that decides the budget is region-wide because it's changing the revenue policy. It's worth saying too that if that revenue policy is changed, it has other implications. This budget was slated for year 2, but in year 3 we have budget allocated for regional services such as Wanganui to Wellington or more services to Palmerston North. If we pass the revenue amendment, then those will be possible, but they'll be much less possible in year 3 if it's not passed.
And second question is, you said it budgeted for Wanganui now is $95. So what would it increase to should we adopt either of these plans?
That's the increased amount. So the current budget that we spend works out to around $55 per ratepayer. It's a bargain in my view. It's considerably lower than our peers, such as Palmerston North on 165.
Yeah. And that would include the Pūtiki and.
That's right. So the $95 amount would get us to Pūtiki.
Yeah. And consultation will go out with the annual plan that we're doing now.
Yes, it'll be the Horizons annual plan. Which will be, it sounds like, Jamie might be able to speak to this more, but it sounds like it'll be within a week of the Wanganui annual plan consultation. We're doing them together at the same time because we're trying to get people to see them as connected, and our consultation materials have a specific item saying, number 1, fill out this, and number 2, go and fill out the annual plan consultation.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Councillor Ross.
I'm seeking confirmation that I've understood you. 1A and 1B is subject to funding, and 2 is if the funding doesn't come through. But regardless of 1A, 1B and 2, the high frequency ones currently, whichever scenario, will be extended Castle Cliff further out Aramaho, right? That's going to happen one way or the other, the extension of the 2 ends.
Yeah, that's a baseline that we've worked around, yeah.
Yeah, because we want that extension. And in option 2, if funding doesn't come through, Pūtiki will miss out.
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay.
For now, but the balance of priorities that people give us will help to inform a network so that whenever there is a chance to look at additional funding, that will be the network that is on the table, and we can start working on it without going through the whole process again.
Right. And in any scenario, Wanganui East gets coverage.
That's right. Under all of these maps, everywhere that is currently served in Wanganui East would have a new route relatively close to it. It's the difference is that in option 2, you're looking at hourly service in Wanganui East, or 2 hourly services. In options 1A and 1B, you're looking at tide-like service every 20 minutes.
Okay, and I will throw this in. The Wakefield Street Bridge is closed. Does that, for some time, does that have any bearing on the potential Wanganui East starting point?
No, I don't. I don't think it does. That's along the railway line, isn't it? Yeah. So
Yeah, over the railway line.
yeah. So no, we could have been caught out had we been planning on doing something there, but we weren't planning on doing a route out onto that bridge.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Firstly, Anthony, I'd love to thank you for your enduring support of public transport in Wanganui and your tireless efforts that you put into this. So public transport budget was consulted on during last year's long-term plan consultation. And again, I'd like to acknowledge you and our Wanganui Horizons elected members for the effort that they put into that. And my question is, during this year's annual plan consultation, how can Wanganui District Councillors support this public transport consultation?
I guess the biggest risk here is that people don't see the connection between the two things. And so I think the biggest thing is letting people know that this is happening, and also letting them know that there's two sides to it, that the service levels are really defined by the Horizons annual plan. I think it's as simple as that. There's other risks. I mean, there's a strong risk that when you go out to your annual plan consultation, people think that you are running the buses. That in some ways that we can use that to our advantage if you can help get the word out. There are different phases in this consultation. As I said, we've brought in a second phase in July. So once we've used the feedback to change these routes, they will change a bit around what the community has told us. We'll go back one more time and we'll say, have we got this right? We didn't do that with Palmerston North. We didn't do that with the Tide. And both places have seen some challenges once the bus starts running, because people might just not seen it. It'll be hard for us to change very much in July, but the big structural things, there's every chance now to feedback once we start. And I should say this consultation opens, I think, late March.
Okay, and from memory, our annual plan consultation is running between March and April. David, is that correct, the timing of our annual plan consultation? End of March, start of April?
Yes, roughly. I think you're right.
Sweet.
You caught me.
Sorry,
not quite
as you
full
were.
attention.
So I guess like supplementary to my first question, well, firstly, is Horizons annual plan around the consultation around the same time, end of March, start of April? So there's real opportunity here for us to really support the Horizons annual plan consultation as well, right? You know, am I correct that there is generally a lower engagement with regional council consultations?
Yeah, we saw that last year. Probably we had maybe half or a third of the responses to our long-term plan that you had.
Thank you.
All right. Deputy Mayor Hallam.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for all your hard work and the report. First of all, the contracts on existing routes, and I understand that they're signed for quite long periods of time. For example, when the Tide came in, it was basically covering pretty much the same route as an existing route, which was only every couple of hours or something. And that's still going?
Well, so this will be a full blank slate rework of the network.
Yeah.
So we're avoiding those problems of duplication we've had with the Tide and the other routes that travel on roughly the same routes. Technically, what we're doing here is a midterm contract change. This will not yet be a full new contract. There's advantages and disadvantages to that. The disadvantages, we're only negotiating with one player, and they already have the contract. So we're making a change with the way that our contract with them runs. The good thing about that is we will get 2 years of proving this in and testing this, plus another long-term plan cycle to go through, where we can hopefully get the matched funds on the next cycle, and before we go and redo our contract 2028, 2029. I think other cities have seen some difficulties when they go to a whole new contract and a whole new operator at once. This gives us a little bit of continuity with the operator, but to try out a new network and really get it proved before we do a full 9-year contract.
Oh, yeah. So what I'm hearing you saying is you're going out for consultation. There'll probably be some change potentially to the service, and it will eliminate any duplication, so the ratepayers are not sort of paying double, or for a doubled up service. That's pretty much what you're saying at the moment.
Absolutely, and I mean that's the advantage, but it's also the difficulty. This is a full network review.
Yeah.
So essentially all routes will change.
Yeah.
The tide people living on the tide service will have relatively similar service, but everywhere else things have been changed, lines have been made straighter, all to try to be as efficient as possible and do the most with it with a lean budget.
Sounds good. The bus stop, the cleaning / maintenance, because it's unclear the total budget that goes to maintenance as opposed to cleaning. You've asked that it would be good to have a look at how we could best get a higher level of cleaning, because what I'm hearing from you is that the cleaning, whatever that will define, could be better, and I know we heard from some people who've complained at the last annual plan that could be better, and that's why we put the extra 15k in. So it will be up to this council if we wanted to explore better ways of fulfilling that or increasing that, getting a better result. That's correct, isn't it? Because you don't have any direct contact with our staff to try and manipulate cleaning or doing anything like that.
I sit on the working group, and so we have had discussions about it this year, and Roading Alliance has been thinking hard on this one. They've suggested that perhaps the previous subcontract that they had on this work wasn't doing a great job, so they've been looking at taking it in-house. They've been exploring whether they could get a matched subsidy from NZTA as well, and then, as I say, this year they're planning a wet clean. I guess my concern is that a really large machinery-heavy organisation like Roading Alliance is maybe not best placed for something that really needs a lower level of tech, a lower level of specialisation, and probably a little bit of a lower charge-out rate to do quite simple things like cleaning glass and just getting rid of the cobwebs and coming back half an hour to spray them. It's little things that do take a little bit of a detailed focus, and I just wonder whether a smaller player would be able to do that better.
Yeah. So in terms of trying to advance that conversation, Mr. CEO, if you've been listening or not, not probably. We've got an officer in charge. We've got an officer here in that area. Well, he's been typing on other stuff, that's why. I'm not having a go at him, I'm just saying he's probably not been listening. So what I'm saying is, it's, okay, you've got a 50k maintenance budget, you've got a 15k cleaning budget. In the mix somewhere, it'll be more for cleaning than just 15k, because part of it will come out of 50. What I'm saying is, if we were going to take it away from putting it into the Alliance or some other big contract, and we wanted it to come into, we were looking at wanting to explore how we get a better high level of clean, is there something that we should be doing as councillors in terms of asking for a bit of a workshop to see how that might be explored, or is that something we can only leave over to officers?
Through your worship, I would say it's probably a management officer led piece of work, because there will be contractual commitments that we need to honour with our existing contractors. I think the elected member input there is actually in setting the level of service that you want us to deliver. So if you're not satisfied with the current level of service, and I think it is a level of service issue, our contractors are doing what we're asking them to, we're just not asking them to do enough to meet our customers, community's expectations, then let's set a new level of service, then officers can go away and do the work to figure out what's the best, most cost-effective way of delivering that service.
Sorry, Andrew, I've just popped myself off. I need to dig a bit more. So level of service is generally dollars, right? Because no other way we would normally get to say.
No, not necessarily. I mean, often level of service becomes a fit for budget conversation rather than a fit for purpose conversation. But if you want to set a particular standard, then we can go away and explore how we would deliver that and how much it would cost. Then it becomes a budgeting issue thereafter.
So if I said to you that we want a higher level of cleanliness and more regularly at the bus stops,
yep.
How do I mean, I can't just do that as a motion, but I'm sort of, should we do a workshop on that, or is that an officer's report? How would I enable that?
In all likelihood, you would, it would be an officer's report. If that's something you want us to look into, happy to take it away, do a bit of work, talk to our contractors, bring a report back. If there's a budget implication, then that becomes an annual plan decision, if it's material enough to warrant pushing it through that process.
Okay, good. I guess my question is, councillors, are they interested enough in this that we could do, can't be a lot of work, you know, could we have a quick look at that, and then I'll just send an email off to the CE? Please. Yeah, everybody happy with that? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Thanks for the great report, thorough as always. Just to go back to the consultation process, so it's going to be run alongside the annual plan. I'm just wondering, because last year we noted that the other consultations that ran alongside the annual plan kind of got missed, but as far as community was concerned, and following on from Charlotte's question about what can we do to ensure that that is front and centre, I wondered if what the thoughts were around the consultation. Are you going to target some specific areas like the business community, maybe the elder population? I don't know, specific people that use the bus service particularly.
Yep.
What that might look like.
Yeah, absolutely, and Jamie and Caleb will be able to speak to that, and I'm sure they'll be open to suggestions as well. But definitely been thought about that for sure. It's in some ways it's not ideal. I mean, on the governance group we did probe whether it was possible to sort of get this into one consultation, but it does come down to the audit process of the long-term plan and changing that revenue policy.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Councillor Charlie.
Hello, Anthony. If you do the Putiki run, how often would that be? How many cycles a day?
It's looking at hourly. Yeah.
So do you see it being able to work for getting our students to the flight school?
Absolutely. I mean, I think there's some good opportunities there. I know that Horizon staff have had some conversations with the airport, with the pilot school, and there's some willingness to work together. There's always cost factors, which is difficult. If in future there's budget available, it would be relatively natural to take that route that's heading to Putiki and keep it going if we were looking to serve pilot school. On the other hand, one easy win here is that because we've got those shuttles with the pilot school, they now have the option of using their Putiki stop as a bit of a station, so that they can simply drop people off at Putiki rather than go all the way through town. And
yeah. Cool, thanks. So what are the chances of it actually happening? Is it pretty likely, or is it not likely? Putiki.
It comes down Putiki. This service budget has been voted for in principle. It's pretty much as simple as if enough of the region are happy to change that revenue policy and invest without matched funds, then then that would be a strong read. It will come down to a Horizons councillors vote. We won the last Horizons councillors vote on this budget 10-4. I expect this would be a bit closer because it's not just about Wanganui, it does have implications for the whole region. But I'm not a betting man, but I think there's a good chance and a good chance for people to submit.
Would the local, like we do a head count at Putiki just to see what the interest would be?
Absolutely, I think it would be really great to reach people in Putiki and make them aware of what they could get out of this consultation and the annual plan submission.
Cool.
Final question from Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thank you, Anthony. Good to hear you mention the cost of ratepayer because I was waiting for that to creep into the conversation. I just wanted to say that, first of all, you said $95. I noticed mine is $131.91. So I think maybe check those figures. When this consultation comes out, though, Horizons has a habit, and in the rate demands, of saying if there's an increase, it's $1.27 per 100,000, and no one understands what it is. So please use some average rate demand costs so people understand, because you've got to recognise that 80% of the ratepayers are not using the service. So they're willing to subsidise, but there's a tolerance, and if you're getting up around $200, you start to think twice, and so I think some accurate information around that in the consultation is really important.
Okay, yeah, that's a great suggestion. We still haven't finalised consultation documents yet. The $95 figure is taken on the size of the local share budget, so the part of the budget that is paid exclusively by targeted rates divided by the number of rate-paying households in Wanganui, which is around 20,000. So it might suggest that you have a slightly better than average property, Rob.
Sorry, Rob, we can't hear you, but oh, you finished anyway. Great. All right. Look, there are no further questions, but a lot of questions. I didn't expect that, but that's great, and it just shows the amount of interest in this area. So, with no further questions, I'll propose that we move the recommendation on the screen that the council receive the report Horizons Regional Council Passenger Transport Committee Update, February 2025. Mover, Councillor Kate, is it? And Councillor Glenda, second. Okay. I'll pass it on to Anna when she gets back. So, do we have any comments on this item? Lots of questions, but no comments. Great. Well done. And once again, I just want to say thank you, echo those sentiments to you, Tono, and everyone involved in public transport. It's important. We're here for all our community, and a lot of our community do rely on or should be using, according to some, public transport more. So, all right. So I'll put the motion on the screen as I've just read out. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried. Thank you. All right. So we had Councillor Kate move. Councillor Glenda second. All right, moving to the next item is 8.2, Horizon Regional Council Public Transport Consultation. Welcome, Jamie.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, just bring the microphone close.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Jamie, a Senior Transport Planner for the Transport team at Horizons. Thank you for having me today, and I follow on from Anthony Tonnen's very comprehensive report.
And I'd just like to add that Jamie's moved to Wanganui.
I moved home. It's nice to be home. No, I'm based here. So I'd just like to add on a couple of points around consultation and follow on from a couple of questions that we've had, if that's all right. But through you, Your Worship, I'd take the report as read and happy to take questions. So a couple of points that I just had was that we'll be consulting on this 24th of March, so that aligns with our annual plan process, and talking to the policy team aligns with your annual plan timing. So we're really keen to collab wherever we can to make sure that we've got the joint message out there around we need further investment in this to do better, and that we would like to hear where the community's priorities are for where they would like to see investment with our future PT network for Wanganui. So just a little bit of a high level, we have been historically a coverage network, which is very convenience focused with bus stops close to homes, and with trying Te Ngāru the Tide, we have moved to a slightly different design, which is what we're seeing in the more metro areas around a high frequency, more streamlined approach that goes through suburbs. So with this review, yes, Deputy Mayor, we will be removing duplications because the trial there was around, the rationale for that was that that already had a customer base. So if that was going to improve our patronage, then that was going to be places where we would be able to do so. And we have confirmed that that is in fact what has worked for the community. So we'll be removing those duplicates. So what we'll be doing is with this, the idea of this network review will be removing inefficiencies in our network because it doesn't just lie in duplications, and making this a more fit for purpose network for our city going forward. So we'll also be making sure that we are continuing to collab through the working group, as Anthony said, around improving infrastructure. Horizons has worked in collab with Wanganui District Council over the last 18 months to attain over $1 million in funding for improving infrastructure here. We installed 18 new bus shelters, which doesn't sound like a lot. However, it over doubled our infrastructure, which is removing barriers to transport for our communities. We've also done some improving safety works out at Putiki, so we have developed relationships with that community and they're really engaged coming into the review, which is really positive, so that we can make sure we can get submissions from all of our community around where the needs lie. So that's kind of our high level direction of what we'd like to achieve based on the success of Te Ngāru and our recent infrastructure improvements. So the logistics between both councils is that Horizons pay for and install the infrastructure, and then it's up to Wanganui District Council to maintain. So we've made sure that that's a collab in terms of that they're happy with the types that we've installed so that it's the easiest possible infrastructure for them to maintain, and we work with them around ongoing work around community projects to beautify our spaces and make sure that there is community surveillance, so that we are lowering hopefully our maintenance costs around that. So just moving on to consultation. It's a bit of a complicated beast because we have lots of other processes that we need to adhere to. As Anthony said, we need to trigger our the significance policy, our revenue policy has been triggered through the process of the fact that we state that we will only invest in PT at Horizons if we have co-investment from NZTA. Unfortunately, we didn't receive that like the nation. So we have councillors that our council has voted that we will still keep our local share because we'd like to continue to invest in PT going forward. And like Anthony said, we want to do that while we still have an opportunity. So we'll be going out to the public to say, do you want to invest in this? That's the annual plan box that we need to tick, but we also need to say, what kind of network would you like going forward that can help guide our decision making? And like he said, it's not laid in concrete, but it's just making sure that our community feels heard and that we do have a network that's fit for purpose going forward, because we're aware that there are lots of inefficiencies. And like you said, Councillor Fallon, the single biggest piece of feedback we had when we implemented the Tide was that it doesn't go all the way down Aramoho. So that's why that's been such a key part of this review, is making sure that we do extend that. So we will be doing some pre-consultation meetings with people like schools, iwi, community groups and libraries. We'll be meeting with the Ratepayers Association. We'll be present at markets. So we'll be working with your officers to make sure that we can collab and be present, because I think it would be really cohesive if we could say have stalls together. Because it means they're not going to one council and having a conversation and then down the other end of the market saying, I'm sure I just talked to someone about that. So we're going to make sure that we can be as streamlined and efficient as possible throughout this process. Our next governance group is on the 3rd of March, and that has both councils' representatives on it. We will be working to finalise our collateral so that we can then distribute it. We'll be continuing to feed information through to Whanganui District Council, because you guys are out there as well, so you guys might get questions on this. So we're happy to continue to feed information through to elected members, so that when you guys are on the ground, you're confident with what questions are being asked and what you need. So we're happy to support you going forward as well. We're also happy to hear, would really invite you guys to let us know if there is a certain way or how else you feel that we should be engaging with the community, if there's places that we have missed, and if there's better ways that we can be implementing this consultation, because like you said, Councillor Melser, we have historically had low levels of engagement, so we're just trying to make sure that we are actually utilising people's presence, which is why we're trying to do the 2-for-1. Because if we bought it earlier, we'd be asking people what kind of network they wanted, and then later asking potentially a different audience about money. So we're just trying to make it all make sense as one package. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. It's very comprehensive. Sam, I'm conscious you're online there. Anything to add to this, or you're all good?
Yeah. Oh, kia ora, Andrew and councillors. I think from my point of view, and just nice to see you all again, but so I chaired the Transport Committee at Horizons, and just working closely with a few of you on this, and it's really just that message that that we're partners in this. We're working together for the city of Whanganui, and over a number of years, the hard work to get to this point is quite exciting. We've made some really good progress, especially with Te Ngāru, and looking forward to the next step in this journey. So yeah, that's really the main reason I'm here, just to support that message and support the work.
Okay, great. Thank you. Do we have any questions of clarification? Councillor Ross.
Yeah, thank you. I might have to email the two councillors. We have two Horizons councillors. Where do they sit if they're yet to be approached on public consultation and being present and available to support this? They weren't there when I was part of your presentations around town. I didn't see them anywhere. Mm-hmm. Are we hoping to see them come out and support consultation this time?
Definitely.
We hope to.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
We'll be working with them too as part of the plan.
They know. Right.
Great. No further questions. Okay, we've got Councillor Kate who's happy to move, and Councillor Charlotte who's happy to second. So I'm trying not to forget about this side of the room as much, because I forgot about Michael the other day, but thank you to Democracy for moving the screen so I can actually see them. So do we have any comments on this matter? We've got Councillor Kate.
Just one very brief comment. Thank you for your report. Thank you. The word partners have been talked about. From my perspective, I'm feeling that we're way more of equal partners than we ever used to be. So really appreciate the efforts. You know, not only Anthony's been part of that, but your team have been part of that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jamie, for your presentation. It was very eloquent and concise. So last year it was really encouraging to see our Whanganui representatives on the Horizons Council, along with Anthony Tonin, taking part in the consultation events throughout our long-term plan consultation. I was standing side by side with them at many events at the market and elsewhere, and I would absolutely love to see that happen again, and I'm sure that it will. I will just note in response to one part of Jamie's presentation, so I sit on the governance group, and as she said, our next hui is on the 3rd of March, so if anybody does have any questions that they'd like to be fed into that meeting, by all means, kōrero with me before then. And I'd just finally like to say that the annual plan consultation period is a real opportunity for us to not just inform our community of specific items in our consultation document, but to educate our community on the annual plan process as a whole, how they can engage and what they can engage in more generally within our democratic process. Some within our community don't understand the different work programs between the Wanganui District Council and Horizons, and I would love to see us as elected members utilise this opportunity to support this public transport consultation by understanding what exactly it is that we're asking our community and understanding where the budgets and rates sit, helping our community understand that. So thanks again for your presentation, and this is something that I am really excited about. We have seen significant growth in our network from the tide, from starting to transition towards a high frequency route, and it's been an absolute game changer for the suburb that I live in, which is Castlecliff, and I'm really excited to see that extend and for Wanganui to start stepping into the future of what public transport can look like and how we can be more connected as a city. So I'm really supportive of this work, and it's a real joy to be a part of it, so thank you.
Okay, no further comments. But what I would just echo some of those thoughts there. I sense that we've seen the patronage increase from around 5,000 before the tide to just about triple that now. So something's happening out there. So appreciate all your efforts for that. So no further comments. I'll put the motion on the screen that the council receive the report, Horizons Regional Council Public Transport Consultation. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you very much, and look forward to that consultation. Yeah. Right. Next item is I'm going to. Got time? Okay. Well, I think we'll just go to the Citizens' Assembly right now, if that's okay. 8.4, and I know Councillor Philippa is under a bit of time pressure, so this meeting was set for 1 p.m. and we've gone well beyond that. So, Citizens' Assembly 8.4, that's Aquatics Network Plan Wanganui, East Pool, and what I will do is invite, is it you, Sarah, David, our Chief Executive, David Langford, to talk to this.
One moment, just scrolling through. Yeah, there we go. Through you, Worship, I will take the report as read because I know we've had some prior discussions about the concept, but maybe for the benefit of any of the community that are hanging in there and still online, I will just run through and pick out the salient points of the report. So as you will recall, during the long-term plan, there was quite a bit of debate about the future of the Wanganui East Pool. Officers proposed its closure as a way of avoiding future capital upgrade costs and reducing our operating costs. Ultimately, after consulting with the community, the decision that council made was to keep the pool open. You provisioned $2 million of capital funding to do something, but before that money was to be spent, you asked officers to prepare a report investigating the options for the future of outdoor swimming in Wanganui. Since then, we've engaged the services of specialist subject matter expert consultants to do that work, and it is in the latter stages of wrapping up, and we've seen a first draft of a report that outlines the various options, some of the pros and the cons associated with each of them, and some high-level cost estimates. Normally, the next step would be officers would make alongside the consultants, would make a technical assessment of the options with a view to identifying a preferred option, and then we would bring it to council and likely go through our usual consultation processes, put it into the annual plan, ask the community what they think of our preferred option, run an online survey, etc., etc. As you no doubt will know, those processes don't always go particularly well. The previous consultation for the long-term plan on this particular subject was quite divisive for the community. Similarly, taking the same approach to engage with the community about the closure of the aviary was also not necessarily the most effective way of engaging with our community. So myself and the management team have been looking at alternative ways that we might actually get the community's input into the decision that needs to be made. And we have been specifically researching participatory democracy practices that are occurring all over the world, and including here in New Zealand. The report in front of you proposes that we use a citizens' assembly to help make the decision around what to do with the future of outdoor swimming in Wanganui, which also includes the Wanganui's pool's future. A citizens' assembly, excuse me, if I quickly describe what that is, the council would call for volunteers from the community and form a panel of people from the community to debate and then ultimately make a recommendation on what they think is the right way forward. That debate process is usually spread out over a number of weeks, and the panel would convene, say, 1 day a week for 4, 5, 6 weeks. All of these things are scaled depending on the complexity and the size of the issue at hand. Through that process, officers are, their role is simply to provide information, provide access to subject matter experts, and answer questions that are asked by the panel. We are not there to provide input or influence the debate or the decision-making process. Over the course of the Citizens' Assembly, this community group would debate the pros and cons of all of the options, including the trade-offs around the cost for each of the options, with a view that they arrive at a consensus recommendation that they put to council saying, this is what we want, and we are prepared to pay for it through our rates, etc., etc. The council would then take that recommendation in lieu of the normal recommendation that you would get from officers when we put a decision report up to you. There are pros and cons to running a citizens' assembly. They are a bit more costly. A lot of the case studies and the people that we've spoken to during our research have indicated that if you want them to be effective, one of the barriers to participation you need to remove is socioeconomic. So a small payment to the participants, particularly if they are having to give up work time because the meetings are being convened during the working week. The goal is to make the Citizens' Assembly accessible to anyone in the community to put their hand up for. And then when you select the final panel of people that are actually going to participate, you want a good cross-section of the whole community so that you don't, I suppose, get the usual squeaky wheels dominating, because they're already engaged in local government, and they will probably be some of the first to put their hands up saying, yes, we'd like to be involved. They do need to be involved, but we also need to create space and accessibility for everyone else in the community to be involved. The proposal is we would form a panel of 40 people from the community. We would run 4 or 5 meetings, depending on how long they need, to debate the matter. Meetings will probably run for about 3 hours to keep it manageable. And over the course of that process, we would help them arrive at a decision, at a recommendation, ideally by consensus. But if they can't reach a consensus, then a majority view of the panel will be put to the council as the recommendation on the way forward. Officers believe we can run this process in parallel with the annual plan consultation process, so that by the time the Citizens' Assembly has arrived at its recommendation, we have enough time to feed that into the deliberations reports that you will receive as part of the annual plan process. That way, if there are budgeting implications for the coming financial year, they can be factored into the budgets before they're locked in as part of the annual plan. Obviously, if the Citizens' Assembly recommends something more significant or more material, particularly in terms of cost, that far exceeds the $2 million that was provisioned in the long-term plan, some of those decisions will have to flow through into the next long-term plan because they will be too material to include in the coming annual plan without triggering an LTP amendment process, which, given we're getting closer to the next LTP process starting, probably isn't worth the effort of starting. On that basis, I'm going to wrap up my introduction and hand over for questions.
Thanks, David. Councillor Josh.
Yeah, thank you. Just one question about the risk of this process. I wonder if you've given any thought to guarding against the risk of participants choosing to step away from the project, or sorry, from the assembly midway through it. I understand that the payment would be one way that you mitigate that, but is there any advice from international models around, say, signing an agreement or anything like that to ensure that you don't start the process with 50 people and end it with 20?
Yeah, through you, Worship. Look, that is a risk, and we are quite fortunate because we're not the first council in New Zealand to run citizens' assemblies. So we actually have quite a network of other councils that we can tap into. We've already been getting advice from them, plus some local government think tanks that have got international connections. So they've been giving us both advice, but also access to tools that they've used to facilitate the process so that we can, I suppose we're not starting from ground zero in terms of knowledge around this. It is a risk, and we can't force people to stay engaged in the process. One of the goals would be when we run the first expressions of interest process is to get as many people from the community to volunteer, and then you would run a lottery process from that pool of volunteers to pick the final 40. If you do get some people drop out early on in the process, you would then probably run a lottery to backfill them from people from that volunteer pool. You're also right. The payment, as I've said in the report, is conditional on people participating in the entire process, and that unless there was some very compelling extenuating circumstances, there wouldn't be a partial payment for people that only came to some meetings and then dropped out.
Sure. And just to drill down on one point, is there any example of participants signing an agreement prior to being a part of this?
Through you, Worship, I would need to just go and double check my facts on that. That's not a specific question I've looked into and come prepared to answer. But
that's fine.
Yeah, certainly, from our process point of view, I wouldn't see that as being an unreasonable thing to do, particularly given we are offering a payment. I expect others probably have done the same. I think from a good practice point of view of having an agreement in exchange for a payment, we would probably do that.
Yeah, great, thanks.
Councillor Michael.
Thank you. Question regarding our rate of pay. In the council today, is anyone paid less than $33.33 an hour? Councillors. Other than us.
Through you, Worship, I need to double check with our payroll team. I believe there are. We probably do have some staff that are on or close to minimum wage. But I don't want to give you a categoric answer off the top of my head without just double checking.
That is fine. That's a good enough answer as it is. Thank you. Wondering whether to just add some additional comment. So through you, Chair, just on the matter of the payment, because I know it's been the subject of some debate in the lead up to this meeting. It is entirely optional. Others have run citizens' assemblies without paying the participants. The reason officers are recommending that you do
include a payment is because the feedback from others has been they are more successful if there is a payment, and you find it easier to get volunteers and get that representative cross-section of the community without people filtering themselves out because there's a barrier to participating. But like I say, it is your choice. And in terms of the amount, we've pitched that based on something that's close to, in our view, a reasonable hourly rate for participating, not too miserly, but neither overly generous, and it's also relatively comparable to the payment that Wellington City Council paid to participants recently. I think it was $800 that they gave for their citizens' assembly that looks into what went into their previous long-term plan. But again, it's not a figure that's set in stone. It's just our estimate of what is fair and reasonable.
Right, thank you. Councillor Philippa.
Thank you. I might have missed something, so hopefully I'm not double asking. David, a couple of things. One, sorry, are you confident or are you concerned about the time pressure to get these 40 people that well represent our community on board and do the process when we've got an annual plan to sign off with it not far off, just 4 months plus away?
Through your worship, look, that is one of the risks, and I think I included in the risk table that one of the challenges will be successfully running the process, given this is something that this council hasn't done before. So it is going to be new, and we're going to have to learn as we go, but having the expertise in our networks to tap into should help mitigate some of that risk. We believe we can run it alongside the consultation process, as I've already said. So we do have until kind of late May to get the recommendation from the citizens panel so it can be fed into the deliberations reports, along with any other recommendations that come from the more traditional consultation feedback that we get from the community on all of the other matters that will be in the annual plan. So we believe we can do it, but you are right, there is a degree of risk, particularly if we get off to a slow start when we call for volunteers. And part of wanting to put this report up today is if you do approve to proceed down this pathway, hopefully, if Mike Tweed is listening, we get some good media coverage in the coming days that starts to pique people's interest in the community about being involved in this. And we will hopefully follow up relatively quickly with a registration process.
So my second thing was just, it's closely related, but who do you think, with no disrespect, I'm gathering that you're looking at this is going to be a management process basically in selecting the people, and I guess I'm kind of like, do you think, when you're talking 40 people, do you think that you're best placed to make that decision or got all the skills, you know what I mean? Like, it's quite a wide group of people.
So, so through you, your worship, the process of selecting the people is actually done at random. So the initial concept is you make it accessible to the entire community, hence why you call for expressions of interest from anyone that lives in Wanganui. Once you have that pool of people, you run a lottery to select them at random. So effectively, they would be picked blind without anybody knowing whose name is who. The only thing that you would try and do is make sure that the demographics of that final 40 people match the demographics of the community. So a reasonable spread of gender, ethnicity, which suburbs they live in, so that it is a genuine sample from the community. But you would do it, it's not management sitting there saying, oh, Fred can be in, but Bob's out.
Sorry, there was a third question, and it's not a, I want just go into where this kind of came from a bit, or some of it, around your CE performance expectations, let's call it that, I think is the word I saw. And it's about enhancing trust, and I get, where we're going with that. But and you've used a couple of examples, I think, talking about us looking at the Wanganui pool issue previously and, say, the Avery. But would you not agree that, I'll go to the velodrome, for example, that one of the key things in community trust also is council leading the process, still working with its community when we're talking about our assets. And that's where I'd go, you know, in my view, some of the velodrome, you know, because it wasn't led by us. So we are looking to, do you agree with that?
Yeah, so through you, Your Worship, again, international case studies indicate that running these kind of participatory processes significantly enhance the reputations and the levels of trust of local authorities. I would say that by doing this, the elected members are showing leadership. You are still leading the process, but you're engaging with the community and giving them an opportunity to have quite a deep and meaningful input into this process. And as the report says, the goal here is quality of engagement over quantity. If you want lots of participation, run a referendum, but the quality will probably be low because people will make relatively quick fire decisions on which way they'll vote. This process allows people to really understand the issue, ask questions, and make an informed decision around what they want. And then the leadership from council is being prepared to listen to the community, accept the recommendation, and then you go through your normal decision-making processes, knowing that actually the community's had a really good quality voice in the lead up to the decision. I think it's a great opportunity for elected members to lead the community, but do it in a way that involves them as well.
Some of it you did, not the part about the asset, but that's okay.
Yeah, look, yes, it's a council asset. Like I say, you're still leading the process. You're not completely surrendering this to some Orwellian Big Brother third party and letting them do it to a council asset.
Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Andrew. 3 parts. David, I heard you talk about the entire community and getting the demographics right. I just want to sow a seed that we have a very large have your say repository of residents that we go to. I'm just saying, could you put that into your considerations, that group? Because they pre-existing? Okay. Second part is we set up the citizenship assembly, and there might be some lovely residents out there who don't make the cut, and they put their name in and they've been contributing to community for years and years. Is there still going to be an avenue for them or anyone in our community outside of the citizenship assembly somewhere in this process for them to give some feedback, or will it be exclusive to that?
Look, I wouldn't ever say these things are mutually exclusive, but certainly if you're going to run a citizens' assembly, the advice we've been given is be really, really clear up front with the participants around how the decision-making process is going to go. So if you're going to go and seek others' input, tell the assembly members first. Likewise, if you only want a recommendation from the assembly, tell them that that's what the deal is. Others have actually fully delegated the decision to an assembly, and then the vote around the council table effectively becomes a rubber stamping endorsement exercise. So again, if you want to go down that route, be clear. And the advice we've got is once you've made your mind up and communicated to the assembly members, don't change your mind, because it fundamentally undermines the trust in the process once you've got going. So be clear what your intentions are. You can do a lot of different things. For clarity, the officers are recommending, given this is the first time we're attempting to run a citizens' assembly, or proposing to run one, sorry, that you receive a recommendation from the citizens' assembly. Maybe once you've done it a few times and we're feeling a bit more confident and bolder, there may be an opportunity to fully empower the community to make the decision for themselves. But we're kind of taking a crawl before you run approach.
Right, and the third part that I alluded to was, and I may be jumping the gun, but people are asking me already, you suggested a possible timeline of May, right? And we know that the Whanganui is an outdoor pool, and you've got 2 more Saturdays locked in, thank you. where does the possibility of saying to our community that we may need to look at maintaining the pool for another summer, where does that sit in there, if at all?
Through your worship, I think that is probably an annual plan call. As you know, because the council resolved to keep the pool open and you committed some capital to towards something to do with outdoor swimming, you've signalled that there'll be a continuation of that activity in our long-term plan. So the operation of the pool is already budgeted in the long-term plan. It's already factored into the LTP. So if you did want to, if it was necessary to keep it open whilst design work for the chosen solution, for example, was done, then that's a relatively easy call for you to make, and it's already factored into the rates rises in the long-term plan.
So the public will get, sorry, my apologies.
No.
So the public can look forward to knowing that perhaps in the annual plan, that's where that matter may come up, that we've already put aside some funds, it's likely to come up in the annual plan if need be. That's the timing.
Yeah, through you, from the discussions we've had internally as we've been preparing this proposal for you, in the annual plan consultation document, we would probably just have an inform message to our community where we tell them that we're running this citizens assembly process, and that is your consultation for the annual plan through the citizens assembly. But like I say, because council didn't make a conscious decision to close the pool at Wanganui East, then under the the LTP budget and conventions, we had to continue to budget for its ongoing operation because you had not consciously said close it.
Thank you. Excellent.
Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the talk of the demographics frightens me a bit. If you look at what you've produced here, David, and the age profile, 22% 65 years and over, 58% 15 to 65, 20% under 15 years. Now, are we really going to have 14-year-olds on this? I mean, the point is, if you ask, on this subject, if you ask my 14-year-old grandkids about the swimming pool, they'd say, well, is it going to have a wave machine? They wouldn't be concerned about the ratepayer. And so if you look at the Dudley example that was put forward, what they did was they went to a group of households, and they selected households all over the area. And then they asked the household to nominate a representative of that household. And to my mind, you couldn't go on a demographic like that. That's just giving an opinion, because they're not paying the bill. You've got to go to the people who pay the bill. So I think that worries me a little bit. And the other point is that
Is that a question?
I know they're all getting ready.
Would I agree?
Okay.
Through you, your worship, look, that was actually one of the things that I wrestled a little bit with my own mind when I was preparing the report for you, because on one hand, absolutely you could, where's the person paying the bill consideration, but at the same time, we've got work underway looking at how we reset our approach to youth engagement after the youth council was shut down. It is the children that are a big user of the swimming pool facility. So the counter argument would be, why not let them have a say? Because ultimately they are only going to be 20% of the group, and the group is only going to make a recommendation to council, and you still are the ultimate safeguard in making the decision. But at the same time, if our community comes to us after this discussion and says, we want a new facility and we want a wave machine and we're prepared to pay for it in our rates, then what's wrong with that? And I think probably another point I would make, and part of the reason we've picked the Wanganui East pool as a candidate for this, is it's really subjective around that willingness to pay. And when the consultant was working with officers, we actually got as far as doing an initial assessment of the options. And I got to confess, the outcome of that, because it was very much driven by most cost-effective kind of thinking, that typical bureaucratic technocrat thinking, the result that came out of the other end was thoroughly uninspiring. So I think this is a great candidate because the community might surprise us by coming back and saying, we want a bit more than the bare minimum for the cheapest price, and we're prepared to pay for it.
Yeah.
I think it would be quite an interesting experiment to see what our community actually wants.
Yeah. So the other point that I'm making is if you look at the
Question?
examples...
Have you got a question there, Rob?
Yeah, if you look at those examples you've provided, Water Care Assembly recommend what next source of water would be for Auckland. Gisborne Council consider proposed land use changes. Wellington went into its long-term plan. Auckland needed to help Aucklanders get around the city easily and affordably. Ministry of Transport uses Citizens Assembly to discuss the transport systems. You know, I would suggest that that these sorts of wider subjects are more appropriate than a fairly minor thing like a swimming pool. And so I'd just like to ask you how you sort of equate that with the amount of money it costs, the time it costs, to the size of this project.
Haven't you already answered it?
1 second. So, through you, Worship, you are right. Citizens' assemblies work really well for quite big, chunky matters like that. Ireland used a citizens' assembly to make its decision on whether it would allow gay marriage or not.
Yeah.
And actually, one of the strengths of the citizens' assembly is they're really good at making decisions for issues that could be divisive and polarizing within the community. But actually, so that said, there's a full spectrum of case studies from across the whole globe where they've been used for really big issues, all the way down to another example I provided to you in my email the other day was a local authority that used a citizens' assembly to help them design their new indoor pool. So they actually are quite versatile and will span the full spectrum of decision making from really big chunky things down to the smaller scale things. In terms of the cost, like I say, we've proposed something, we've pitched it as we think is something that's fairly reasonable. You've provisioned a $2 million budget. The community's involvement by going through this process is going to be the equivalent of 1.5% of that budget. So in terms of the overall money you're going to spend, allowing the community to input into it and have their voice loud and clear, it's a really small fraction of what we're planning to spend.
Okay. Do you think that the community will accept that this is a genuine opinion? I mean, the Wanganui East community aren't, you know, so it's not going to satisfy it, is
So,
it?
Rob, we need some pretty direct questions here. This is going on a bit. So, if you, I just want a very quick, sharp question. It's going on for quite a while. So, yeah, you got a question, another question? I'm fine if you do. Just there's a lot of commentary in here as well as the question. So, yeah, okay. Councillor Deputy Mayor Helen.
I have. Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
I was next.
Okay. So to me, the question that we're going to be asking this, or the questions that we're going to be asking this Citizens Assembly, that's the important bit to make sure we've got the right panel and what the demographics or other things change. And it worries me a little bit with what we've put up here. It's very broad, you know, the future of Wanganui outdoor swimming facilities, including the Wanganui East pool. So are they just going to, are we refining it or expecting them to say, broadly, yes, we think there should be an outdoor swimming facility, and, for example, we think it should be at Springvale Stadium and therefore enclose the Wanganui East pool. You know, like that's a very, just do this. Or are we wanting them to go to that next step and say, actually, and if you're going to do outdoor swimming, instead of a little paddling pool and a little feet splash thing, we want this, which could be, $50 million. What are we asked, so, and if they do say this is what we want, are we asking them to come back with sort of like the sketch plan of what that looks like? Because the way that question is at the moment, that could be as big as they go. And if that's what we're expecting, that's great. But if we're only wanting them to do this bit at this stage, we need to say that now.
Through you, Your Worship, my advice to you would be to expect and to encourage them to give you back as much as possible. The more they give you, the more precise you can be around meeting the expectations of the community. So as a starting point, I would say go right the way through to the end game you've just described, where they tell you what they want, where they want it, what features they would like included in it, whether it's a wave machine, hydroslides, whatever, and get as much from the community as possible, because the more they give you, there's no harm in that, is there?
No. So it's absolutely fine. I think it's just defining that enables you to make sure that you've got the right people in the room. For example, if you just picked a whole lot of people out of a hat and none of them are swimmers or users and water users, it's not going to be the same result as having people in the room who, once you make that decision that we want something bigger and better, who are actual users, active users. That's
Sorry, I'm going to have to redirect. We're getting into quite a bit of commentary here, and I did say quite categorically before that I'm after questions. So sorry, Deputy Mayor. It was a commentary, and I'm after questions. And it's been a big day. Let's just get straight to questions of clarification, not commentary. There'll be time for that. Thank you.
Andrew, can I provide a clarification that may help the underlying question that wasn't quite asked, if I can call it that way? Look, you are right. That as a single sentence, that could be quite open to interpretation. As I've said before, my advice would be encourage the community to give us as much as possible. To help with this, officers would prepare a terms of reference that goes into a little bit more detail, that then becomes the basis of that's the starting point for the Assembly. This is the question we're looking for you to answer. Here's the amount of detail that we're looking to get from you, plus what else is off the table.
Right, thank you.
Right. Councillor Charlie.
Thank you. My question is a bit like Helen's, but if this group come to us and say we want to spend $15 million on a new pool at Kaua Park and close Whanganui East, what do we say? Okay, we do it. Is that how it works?
So it's a recommendation.
So we could do that ourselves, couldn't we?
That's the debate, whether we want them or not.
So through you, Your Worship, I think the point of the Citizens' Assembly, because you are right, you could do that yourselves, and you could run a normal, traditional consultation process once you've decided that that's your preferred option. The point of the Citizens' Assembly is it brings the community into the discussion and debate up front, rather than it being at the end of the process.
Okay. Yep.
And, sorry, Councillor Kate, I know apparently you've been waiting for a while, but you are last on the list. But anyway, over to you.
It's okay, thank you. Through your kōrero, David, I've heard you talk about, in my words, ring fencing the debate about the Whanganui East pool. Is it not, in fact, the case that members of our community, through the annual plan consultation process, can submit on anything they like, including the Whanganui East pool?
Through your worship, yes, that's exactly correct. Anything that's in our annual plan can be submitted on, whether we put it in the consultation document or not. So, and just to further elaborate on that, so whilst my comment before, the Citizens' Assembly satisfies, on its own, satisfies all of the decision-making consultation requirements under the Local Government Act. So you could rely on it in isolation if you wanted to. But there is nothing stopping you taking on board any other community feedback that you might get when you get to the deliberation stage.
And in fact, we would not seek to limit the discussion as part of the annual 10 process. Is that not correct?
No, we wouldn't actively seek to limit it, but I go back to my earlier point. If you're going to form a citizens' assembly and ask it to give you a recommendation, but you're also going to pay attention to any other feedback you get, that needs to be clear and upfront with the citizens' assembly. There's nothing wrong with doing it, and it's entirely, you know, it's your call, it's on the table. If you want to do that, go for it. You just need to be clear so that you manage expectations and you don't undermine trust by appearing to move the goalpost partway through the process.
Fantastic, thank you. I would like to move the recommendation, please, Mr Mayor.
Okay, very quick over there, thank you.
Recommendation seconded by myself, and I'd like that to be so I'm proposing an amendment to the resolution,
Okay.
or a whatever you call that when you.
You've got a seconder and Councillor Robb? Yep.
This is my recommendation, seconded by Councillor Robb.
All right.
It has to be put first, doesn't it?
Mr Mayor, can I ask a question on this? This is being presented as an amendment, but I'd suggest it's
no, it hasn't. I had it prepared as a resolution. There was no resolution on the table until Councillor Kate put hers and put the resolution. That's the officer's report, and you seconded it. I had earlier and written given to officers and the mayor, informed them of my resolution, seconded by Councillor Robb.
So this is a new recommendation. This is not suggested to be an amendment to the
no,
officer recommendation.
No, it was there was no recommendation on the table. As instead of. Which one is that?
What's the, is it just limiting? Is it just limiting the budget?
That one, it's not that clear on this one. What?
Approves the council citizen assembly.
The mayor knew too. She, Councillor Kate. So Kate knew as well.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, but
This is important.
So,
current.
what I would signal is that Councillor Philippa did email us quite some time ago, and out of fairness, I believe that we should cover this off first, and then we can go into the substantive if this fails. All right?
Thank you, Mayor Andrew.
Can I please
Can I speak to that first?
Can I just ask a quick question of clarification? Can you just confirm, it seems to me that A is the same as A in the officer's recommendations. That
No,
what's
it's
the
a
difference?
council citizens assembly. The word council is there before
so
citizens.
it's to add
And
elected
two
members, okay.
has changed the budget.
Okay.
So,
Dash, it should be council dash citizens. That's how I wrote it.
Philippa, could you please just confirm that the last sentence, the last part of that A is not.
She sent an email.
They've got no later than during.
Oh, maybe the wording could be better. I'm not a wordsmith, but I wanted to be. Basically, what I'm saying is this has to all be done prior to, you know, to be ready for part of the annual plan deliberation process.
So no later than.
The 25-26 annual plan
consultation.
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 Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
In the start of.
Well, it's. I guess I'm looking for I'm really the similar time frame as the chief executive is proposing.
Can I suggest you just say that then, with a similar time
Yeah,
frame
so
as
sorry, it
proposed
would
for the
be-
citizen assembly?
So really, I was just we could full stop after Wanganese Pool, if you want. The intention is we're looking to get the feedback. It's similar to what the chief executive was proposing with his resolution. Does that make sense?
So, with a similar time frame as the 2025-26 annual plan consultation.
Well, all I'm saying is you could get rid of all of that. You could
I
just
just
have full
wanna
stop after pool, which
Yeah.
is exactly the same as the chief executive's resolution, because the intent is the same, that the process runs
Okay.
the same, but that you know, I was trying to just give more wording to assure that this gets that this is going to be the time frame definitely needs to meet the submission process and the deliberation process. Correct?
Okay, well,
We could leave it like that because everything else is.
right, okay, so what we've got up there, Bruiser Council / Citizens Assembly, is that what you wanted?
Rob, are you happy with that?
Yeah, I understood.
Or if you just put your
I
microphone.
understood what you were saying earlier on. I think it was that this would be.
Sorry, Rob, can you just put your microphone on?
This would be this group would be made up of appointments of certain councillors and certain members of the community in a panel.
Well, that's a speaking. I'm trying to keep the resolutions brief, but I've already sent an email to all elected members. Sorry if you didn't get it, David. Didn't mean to close you out. But it's the speaking to it that is important. So now I could explain it in speaking to it. And now that the Mayor's said we can take this first.
Yep, so up we go.
Okay, well, I will just read, and first of all, I'll read I propose the following, and so these are the two resolutions, but I propose that there's a working party of, and I am open to numbers, but 5 elected members and 5 community members, and I put in brackets 2 Whanganui East people, so it gives a better balance to Whanganui East. Yes, I've lost it, sorry. It's funny, you can't see your own email when you do this. And 2, independent community facilitator, an independent community facilitator. 3, I won't say I had a name in there as a possibility, that's not fair to say that. A budget, open to this as well, but a budget of only about 2,000 total. 1,000 would be for the facilitator, and 1,000 would be to support the 5 community members, so circa $200 each. The C, to provide secretarial / meeting support, a small catering budget for tea, coffee, muffins, etc. I just think there needs to be a little bit of food there depending on how people come from work, etc., or their day. 5, the working party given all background material and a brief of finding, I put the most, finding in brackets, an effective Whanganui outdoor pool solution or similar. This was, we've had a lot on lately and I sent this to you this morning. And 6 is an 8 to 10 week time frame, report back to council / community via the 2025-26 annual plan submission or report for the 25-26 annual plan decision making. So I'll just speak into this further. This is still this. I think the chief executive. I think it's a great idea that he has brought forward. I think going to full citizens at this is too far at this stage, and for this project, this is actually a really important decision. We only build significant community facilities like aquatic facilities somewhere between every 20 to 50 years. The splash centre decision was made 20 years ago. It's a big move to go to. I think it's a big move for us to step to equal council, equal community members, and an independent facilitator. It's not giving council the majority, but I believe it is too far, and it's too complex. And we do have a time frame to meet. We have assured the community that we're looking to make a decision at this annual plan on outdoor swimming. So I believe that this is actually a big step up for council and the community, and I think that they will appreciate that. This is a cost that I believe is much more reasonable and acceptable by the community. We wrench over $20,000, $40,000, $50,000 as we should, and to put $30,000 in this budget, I believe we'll get quite a bit of pushback. I think it's really pragmatic and sensible. I also would say that the community, while some will and some won't or whatever, we've got a job, one we're democratically elected, I guess, to, I think, to be involved a little bit further through a whole process, but also to have a wider lens. There's things that we can't be assured that these community members, for example, on the Chief Executive's proposal, or any group, to have that wider lens around some of our other services, the impact on other budgets. you know, kind of the whole thing around how local government works, the Local Government Act, etc. So we need to be, so I think there's risks of not having elected members in there, but not dominating it. And I do think that this leads, with respect to how this came a little bit from the CE's performance expectations to enhance trust. This is definitely enhancing trust. But I would, yeah, you know, I'd also go, I'm not, you know, I don't want to dish something, but actually our long-term plan, we told our community that we're going to look to outdoor pools. When the study came back and elected members actually had nothing to do with it, and that's fine. We had a consultant and we had management. It became an aquatics report. So, you know, we need to be involved there to make sure we're keeping the scope right. So, thank you. That's my speaking to the resolution.
Thank you. Councillor Kate.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this recommendation. Just for your information, Philip, I moved that recommendation to try and wrap up the discussion and get the meeting moving. I knew that yours would trump what I was moving, so you've got what you wanted in terms of this recommendation being discussed. I will not be supporting this recommendation because I'm not afraid to let 40 members of our community, selected randomly, have the opportunity to have a well-informed go at giving us some advice about what we should do in terms of aquatic facilities in this community. Yes, it is 30k, but as the Chief Executive has already talked about, it's probably less than 1% of the budget, and it will be money well spent because we will have mined the opinion on the community as well as we possibly could.
Yeah, thank you. I won't be supporting this recommendation either. The first point I'd make is that the wording of a council citizens' assembly completely confuses what a citizens' assembly actually is. What you're talking about is a working party made up of councillors and members of the community. It is a completely different concept to what a citizens' assembly is and how it would work most effectively. So I've got a fundamental disagreement with the wording. The second point I'd make is that as elected members, you know, we're pretty confident people. We're fairly vocal people. We've got opinions. And this is a highly political issue. Now, if we were involved in something like this, the reality is we would dominate. And we would probably lead the conversation. And the entire premise behind a citizens' assembly is that we receive an independent recommendation from people who are given all the information that they need to make a fully informed decision. So I can't vote for this because it completely undermines how a citizens' assembly would work most effectively. Not to mention the fact that this limits the budget attached to it. That would go towards ensuring that a well-run democratic process actually takes place. So completely disagree with it, can't support it, unfortunately. Thank you.
We've had a couple of comments against this. Do we have any other comments apart from Councillor Rob?
Yeah, thank you. I'm totally in favour of a citizens' assembly. It sounds like a good idea. But I seriously question that this decision that we're making about swimming is the right decision. You know, we got to go back to look at the splash centre. How do these things occur? How do they actually happen? Well, you know, a group of interested people got together, Roger Buller and John Onsworth, and they raised a substantial amount of money. I can't think what the group was called. 5 odd million, and it went ahead. How did Cook's Gardens go ahead? Roger Buller and the team got together, and Russell Sears and team got together and raised 5 million out of the 6.6. That's how you do these things. You know, you don't do it by getting a group of people chosen demographically and get them to come along. What you're talking about here is a focus group. Sure, you consult with them, but at the end of the day, we're talking about money here, and we're talking about how that can be raised rather than the ratepayer pay for it. So I think that this idea, I don't think it's quite right to have the citizens, the council citizens, I think it should say a working party. But the principle is that a working party is formed to look at this objective, and it pulls in members of the community. But it's got to focus on what it's going to do, because I believe that what will happen here is that a group will emerge and there will be a substantial amount of money raised for a swimming project in Wanganui. It won't be done with this sort of approach that we're talking about of having a citizens' assembly. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I'll given we've only got one more speaker, I'll let you, Councillor.
Oh, no, you call.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to... no, I'm going to put it straight. We've had. I'm not. We're not. I'm not going to give you. Sorry, Philip. I'm not going to give you the right of reply. We've put this. We've had a couple of comments for and against. We've still got the rest of this to go. If this doesn't work, I don't know. We'll see. Then we've still got a chance to comment on it further.
Point of order, I believe, though, Mayor.
Okay. Apparently you do. So my apologies. You've got the right of reply.
Thank you, yes.
Yeah.
And I do believe, I mean, it's by standing orders, it is 3 speakers for and 3 against. We're at, we're all under time constraints. I definitely am. Yeah, I mean, I'm well, quite a little bit surprised and disappointed as the leader of Sport and Recreation Portfolio holder. I get a number of your points, but I really am concerned that we're going to something quite big. It is an important topic. And we're going to we're trying to do something really big, really quickly, with quite a bit of risk around it in a time frame, and we need to make a decision on this. We shouldn't just let this go through another year and another election for the new council. I'm not afraid either of, and I do take umbrance with a councillor making that comment. I'm not afraid of the process of a citizens' assembly. I also said I'm not tight on the numbers. I wouldn't care if there's double the number of community members as there are councillors. I just think if we went to 10 councillors, we might as well have a whole lot of us there. But so those 2 points. I'm concerned that we get to the stage that this becomes a little bit, let's just give this a go, and it might work and it might not. We can't afford to do that, and if we are involved in the process, there's more surety that these people, even if they're double our number, can be guided community-wide with good representation across youth to elder to iwi, and people will get together and work that out. Wanganui's pool will decide who their representative is there. I think it takes much less of a burden of people's time, and yeah, so I just would think hard. This is not going completely against this. You can call this a working group, a council. Why can't we be the first to have a council citizens assembly? I'm not sure. We like to do firsts. So please think clearly before you vote, because I have concerns that we may not get to a decision with all the risks around it in time to make a decision at the annual plan, and for quite a bit of cost. And with no elected member input until we get to the decision making. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor Fitterman. Thank you, Councillor Rob. So we'll put this to the vote. So all those in favour of this alternative resolution, put your hands up. All those against? Okay, the alternative motion fails. So we return back to the substantive motion. Officer recommendation that the council approves the formation of a citizens' assembly, which will make a recommendation on behalf of the community and the future of Wanganui's outdoor swimming facilities, including the Wanganui's pool, and B, authorises unbudgeted expenditure of up to 30k to enable the citizens' assembly process. It's already been moved by Councillor Caton. Councillor Josh. So do we have any further comments on this? Councillor Michael.
Sorry for the sunglasses, I've got a really bad migraine. It's not you, it's me, honest. Look, there are 4 choices that I see on the table for me, and I'm going to be real blunt. Everyone listen to me. You could... Oh, it's them. You could have a consultation where we lead the witness, and then we make a predetermined choice and pretend it's not predetermined. I've been in 2.5 years. It's getting silly. Effectively, the officer's recommendation, the officers lead the witness, and we just go, yup, 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 yup. We ask the people who are passionate about a specific subject, give them all the facts, and to come up with a community recommendation. And then we still make the decision. Or the people make the choice, and we all freak out. It's $50 million, by the way, for a swimming pool, a wave pool. I just checked. I stupidly posted on Facebook, and now I regret that because it's $50 million. Wow. Look, I'm fully in favour of the community, passionate people who care about a subject, having their recommendations and knowledge and day in court, effectively. I'm actually a big believer that we should have 3 recommendations. 3 recommendations, especially on very important topics. There should be an officer's recommendation, which should be a very sturdy, conservative, I don't mean this as an insult, but a bureaucratic recommendation. We should have a community recommendation, which should be what we really want, but maybe we've missed having Mike Fermore there to say that's not practical, calm down. And under what stature?
No, I'm sorry. It is under misrepresentation. You have I'm alerting the chair to misrepresentation statement made by a member or officer or council clerk. I think you have been pretty disrespectful of officers, of council employees, and from the start of your discussion.
Well, that's not
That is my point of order to the mayor. Thank
Okay.
you. That's my point of order.
Look, my sense that I didn't sense any criticism. Right, okay. Right.
The officer's recommendation is leading the witness when the report
okay. Okay.
Chair, please remind yourself that you were told it's misrepresentation, not A. You would get told C. So please make a decision on misrepresentation. Did I misrepresent the facts or not?
Point of order on A.
So.
Gotcha.
Oh, look, I'll just take it back to move on.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I missed that.
I'm sorry, moving on.
So, no, can I just want to finish this because it was raised, and my apologies. I glossed through that as well. I think everyone did, and I was kind of listening, but I believe that was a poor choice of words, and I'd like you to just apologise to council.
I apologise that my view contravenes.
Okay, thank you.
A. Thank you. So I would like to see that there is an officer's recommendation, which is a prudent choice. There is a community's recommendation, which is the community's choice. And I would like to see a mayor's recommendation that is the vision of the next 50 years. And I think this is one step further towards that. Because at the moment, I only ever see an officer recommendation and the odd time a mayor's recommendation. But I would like to see all 3 on major decisions. And Whanganui East Pool is a major decision for our community that I would like to see 3 different recommendations, and one can be put as the motion. I would put an amendment on the budget, but I'm just too tired now. It should be 20k, but I'll be voting in favour of this. Thank you, bye.
Councillor Josh.
Trying to be humorous.
Yeah, I'm going to be supporting these recommendations. And I'm going to support them because even though I am naturally quite a sceptic of some parts of direct democracy, particularly referenda, which gives an equal vote to the least informed person to the person who is most informed, I do like this because it's giving a representative segment of the community an opportunity to come up with a recommendation with all the information required to make an informed decision. So it's very different to either binding or non-binding referenda. The other reason I really like it too is because it was actually a key recommendation that came out of the Future of Local Government report, speaking specifically to the issue of how we encourage more participation in the political process and in local democracy. And unfortunately, the new government has shelved that report, but I think it's really good opportunity for us to take up a particular recommendation within that report and implement it on something that is quite politically charged and that people have strong opinions on. I was initially in favour of having the Citizens' Assembly make a call on this that we ratify, but I've since changed my view on that purely because it's the first time that we're doing it, and on that basis I think that a recommendation is probably the more prudent way to go as we kind of work out how this could function most effectively to produce the appropriate outcome. And finally, just speaking to Councillor Vinson's point about the participation of young people, last time I checked, we did not restrict the right to participate in democracy to people over the age of 18. We do not restrict that right to people who are ratepayers either. All of our residents are entitled to participate in the decision-making process, and this is no different. So I welcome the participation of young people in the Citizens' Assembly too. So I'm very happy to support this. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you. I'll be as quick as I can. Look, over my term on council, I have undertaken a huge amount of learning on the moving parts of council projects, strategies and services, the processes of governance, the technical aspects of regulations, budgets and different funding mechanisms, and the political minefield that we work within. I will be on this journey of learning for as long as I'm sitting here, as the breadth of council business is wide and complex. I've witnessed over my term a huge level of misunderstanding from our community of the decision-making process and all the elements that need to be considered to make a quality, well-informed decision. It is easy to have emotionally based opinions on assets and services, but the entire context needs to be considered. When it comes to the question of what we should do with our only remaining public suburban swimming pool, given the polarised and politicised nature that this particular topic has become, I think a Citizens' Assembly is a fantastic opportunity to enable our community to have a deeper understanding of all of the considerations at play and to empower our community to come on board in a valuable way to inform us of what is important to our community and why, within the context of all considerations. I asked a Wellington City Councillor what their reflections were on their use of the Citizens' Assembly, which they utilised to inform them of what was important to include in their long-term plan, and she responded, Morena Charlotte, Citizens' Assembly was great. Lots of discussion took a round table-like format. People who would normally be polar opposites of the political spectrum found themselves, by the end of discussion, agreeing on common values and working from there. The Citizens' Assembly is a great way for people in the community to come up, to get upskilled on regulations and finances of council that is often hard to translate through regular council comms and processes. I will be supporting this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Rob, for your contribution today, and I think Councillor Kate needs to leave about now. Did you like to? That's fine. That's fine. Did you want to briefly speak?
I do,
before we go? Yeah.
but I'm going to hold on for the vote, make sure this goes the right way. Firstly, apologies to you, David, because I agree we should have pulled up Michael earlier in terms of his comments, so thank you to Philippa for nailing that one. Look, this is really exciting. This is about democracy. This is about letting the silent majority have a say. You know, I know it costs money, and we need to be very thoughtful about where we spend money, but this is exciting. I look forward to the wisdom of that 40 people. I'm sure they will deliver us very well thought through recommendations, and I look forward to their wisdom, including the 14-year-olds.
Great. Councillor Glenda.
Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm similar actually. I've got here, it's exciting, it's an exciting opportunity. The community actually feel like we don't listen to them a lot of the time, so it's a great opportunity for the community to engage in decision making. It's a great example of democratic leadership, which, if you look that up, it says making room for multiple people to participate in decision making process. I do think the experience of the independent facilitator will be key to the success of it though. So absolutely supporting this.
Right, thank you. Councillor Ross.
Oh, I apologise.
All right, okay. So I'll just round it off. I haven't got anything scripted, but what I would point to is my mayoral message. I talked about the Citizens' Assembly and mentioned taking council to the people. Our job is to make recommendations. Our job is to make decisions, but this is simply a recommendation. It's not a decision, and I need to be reminded of that. And I think for something topical like this, which has been on the radar for a long time, let's take it back to the community. Let's try something different. And when I first heard of this concept, I thought, wow, this is something that we could try, we can try, and there's no reason to return make a recommendation in this room and a decision in this room, because we've struggled with that in the past. So let's try something different. Where Wanganui is innovative, we do try new things, and the worst case is this doesn't work. But let's find out trying. So I'm very happy to support this. I think it's a great, and I'm hoping that it works well and is something that we're able to use more for, particularly for some of these big topics. So no further comments. I'll put the motion on the screen that the council approves the formation of a Citizens' Assembly, as it's written up there. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Motion's carried. Well done. Thank you. We've got one more item, which is Jason. You've been waiting very patiently in the background there. Thank you, Councillor Kate, and thank you, Councillor Philippa. We still have a quorum. Councillor Charlotte. That's all right. How long are we going for time? Have we? Okay. Right. So minor clarification. So this is a minor item, I hope. I know he wants his day in the sun.
I just spent my time sending memes.
Over to you, Jason. Yeah.
Right. So thank you. This relates to the parking controls that were amended mid-2024. There was an omission to the controls. So the controls have dropped out of the bylaw. Page 5 of the controls missed the whole of Rutland Street. We only picked that up recently. No dramas as far as it being able to be enforced at all. We just need to make that amendment. Unfortunately, under the Act, the delegation, it needs to come to council for a council decision. It cannot be delegated to the CE. So minor adjustment or minor addition. I think you guys would have had that table presented to you in the packs. I'm not sure, but it's just essentially adding that to the controls. That is it.
Right. Okay, thank you. That's Councillor Charlie, Councillor Helen second. No questions.
It's straightforward. Yeah.
Can I just ask one question?
I was just about to say, okay, Councillor Michael, yes?
Not rocket science.
But I thought we couldn't make any adjustments on parking without going through consultation again. Was that because what I wanted was too much and it went over criteria?
Okay, so if you don't mind, I'll answer this one. So, through your worship, the change that's proposed to the document doesn't actually change the parking controls.
Right,
So if you were changing the controls, you would have to consult. The maps take precedent because the bylaw and the policy clearly says it's the maps that determine the controls. We're just updating the tables so that they match the maps, so it's clear.
Technicality.
Do you have a question too?
Nope.
No? Okay. So all those in put the motion on the screen. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried. Thank you. All right, I will close with the karakia. Mea noi tātou e te atua kua hui, kua whakawhiti kōrero, kua whakarongo, no I arahi, no I manaaki, no I te aki I a tātou. Kua whakatau nā whakatonga, kia piki nā painga, mō te kaunahera nā iwi me te hapore, homi e, hui e, taiki e.